School of advisory services. Organization challenge. I would also like to take this time. Starts in 10. All requires good dignitaries present in the dais, forward, and light the diya. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, please take your seats. With that positive energy, let's immerse ourselves in the enlightening world of the Vyhuam video and explore the event filled with knowledge and inspiration. Having immersed ourselves in the captivating Vyhuam video, now let's extend a warm welcome to invite Dr. Kajli Mishra, the respected Dean of School of Human Settlements, to welcome everyone and share her opening remarks on the event. Over to you, ma'am.
You. Good morning, everyone, and particularly a very good morning and welcome to our esteemed guests on the dais and off the dais, our media friends. It is a great pleasure today to welcome everyone to this conclave, urban conclave, which we call Vyuham. It's the second edition of this conclave, and we're very grateful to the Career Advisory Services wing of XIM University and the Career Advisory Services team of the School of Human Settlements for organizing it. We started by saying that the School of Human Settlements has a very innovative program, the MBA Urban Management and Governance, which is the first of its kind in India. Well, it still remains the only one of its kind in India. Why? Not because it is not useful. In the meanwhile, it's been interesting to see how many other such programs have emerged in the country. We have the two old programs that the Center for Environmental Planning and Technology University in Ahmedabad and the Terry University in Delhi. But now we have a whole slew of similar programs across the country. This testifies to the need for people, professionals, technically trained or suitably trained, I would say, talent to manage what is fast emerging to be the biggest sustainability challenge on the planet. 20 years ago, when we talked of cities, they were really the problem. The cities were causing all the planetary issues that face us today, the environmental issues that face us today, starting from pollution and resource depletion to overcrowding, bad living conditions, lack of inclusion, and all of it. Today, cities in the last 10 years have been looked at as the solution for global sustainability. If we want global sustainability, we have to make our cities sustainable. Because even though there seem to be problems currently, or rife with problems at least, they definitely we cannot do away with them. Because as the next stage of human civilization, from our agricultural civilization times to the modern emergence of industrialization and urbanization, they go hand in hand. You cannot have growth in the economy, you cannot have rapid innovation unless you have the dense urban settlements which actually provide the opportunities, the learning, and the interactions, the frequency and density of interactions that spurs innovation, that spurs thinking, and that is absolutely required for industrialization, for whether it is for production of services, a variety of economic development activities. Yes, agriculture needs to be sustained, needs to be value added so that our population can survive. There's no doubt about it. That is our basic necessity. We say food, clothing, shelter. But the problem is we have evolved far beyond that. We need technology. We need the supporting systems that we have evolved over time. And these happen in the cities. The cities add almost 60 to 70% of our GDP. But they also add 70 to 75% of our global sustainability problems. So today the challenge lies in the cities. And as the CAS team has rightly identified, the challenge is in the cities. But on the other hand, the other side of the coin is dark. What do I mean by that? This country, at least, if not globally, also globally to some extent, the kind of knowledge, the kind of understanding, insights, tools, and approaches, strategies that are necessary to deal urgently with the problem of making our cities sustainable simply do not exist. We don't have the people who can engage with it, who have the understanding of urban complexity. But we do have an increasing number of professionals, of people with sustained work in this domain, who are innovating every day, who are thinking through on these strategies every day on the job from variety of perspectives, from a variety of sectors, from a variety of locations. Because cities are a world in themselves. Every aspect of our lives find its expression in cities. So whether it is people working in industry, whether it's people working as consultants, whether it's people working as planners, the whole range of expertise needs to be directed to cities. And there are people who are already doing it. It doesn't require somebody who is necessarily trained as an urban manager or a planner. What it does require is people to engage in it. And while a thorough training, a concentrated training for 2 years, a concentrated attention for 2 years, learning whatever is established knowledge already in the domain is a very important part of creating this army of people that we need to engage in the issues in cities. We already have the start, we already have the seeds in the people who are already working on it. How do these two efforts or domains meet? That is the role of Vyuham. That is the purpose of Vyuham. That is the purpose of all the events that the School of Human Settlements tries to uh, sort of organize or bring to the world. That people in industry who are all in education, in policy making, and other uh, sectors of the economy, other sectors of the world, including nonprofits, foundations, research institutions, are already engaging with these problems. Come and interact with the students who we are trying to vest with this existing understandings in a concentrated, systematic, structured way in the classroom. Both are necessary. One cannot succeed without the other. And therefore, the Vyuham. Very grateful to our professionals, very busy people who are working, I don't know, 70, 80 hours a week, uh, professionals who are really concentrated on their jobs to take time out to educate the next generation, to share their experiences and insights into what is possible, what is already being done, and what are the new challenges that need to be tackled. So thank you to our esteemed guests for taking this time out and interacting with our students. With this, I would like to just say that the School of Human Settlements is an experiment. It's an innovative experiment that the XIM University in its founding days had the vision and the will to start. XIM University has been known, or XIMB has been known to be always both high quality education as well as innovative education. And that tradition has, or that will has led us to our existence. And hopefully, our efforts to keep this going will enable us to build the talent that is necessary to change our world. So thank you all for being here, and we hope we have a very interesting set of discussions today.
Thank you, ma'am. No one could have explained our program and school better. And thank you for formally opening Vyuham 2.0. Career Advisory Services at XIM University focuses on assisting students in their career development endeavors. Its primary objective is to bridge the gap between academic learning and professional engagement. We now request our Associate Dean of Career Advisory Services, Professor Savita Mohanty, to share her thoughts on the integral role of Career Advisory Services at XIM University. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, our distinguished guests, our esteemed speakers, our faculty members, and of course, the dear students. A very warm welcome to each one of you as we gather here today for Vyuham 2.0, our annual business conclave. The name Vyuham, derived from ancient Sanskrit, signifies a strategic plan or game plan. It symbolizes our focus on deliberate and forward-thinking approaches to address the challenges of our modern world. The idea behind Vyuham is to create a platform where thought leaders, industry experts, and bright minds can come together to discuss, deliberate, and devise strategies that drive progress. This conclave is more than just a gathering. It is a melting pot of ideas, innovation, and collaboration. Hosted by the School of Human Settlements, and the Career Advisory Services uh, committee or a section or whatever, right? Vyuhan 2.0 aims to explore the intersection of business, governance, and urban planning, fields that are critical in shaping the future. Our students stand to gain immensely from this. And Vyuhan provides them with an invaluable opportunity to gain exposure to the real world challenges and the innovative solutions that are being developed to address them. Through interactions with seasoned professionals and leaders, our students will gain insights that will not only enhance their academic knowledge, but also equip them with the practical skills and perspective necessary to thrive in the ever evolving global landscape. Today, we will address some of the most pressing urban issues, challenges that range from sustainable urban development to efficient resource management and smart city innovations. Our goal is to foster a spirit of collaboration that leads to innovative and synergetic solutions. We believe that by bringing together diverse perspectives, we can craft strategies that are not only effective but also sustainable in the long run. I would like to take a moment to highlight the crucial role played by our career advisory services. This dedicated team works tirelessly to ensure that our students are groomed and ready for the corporate world. Their efforts in providing career guidance and skill development and placement opportunities are instrumental in shaping the future of our students. By aligning academic learnings with industry requirements, Career Advisory Services bridges the gap between education and the opportunities, ensuring that our graduates are truly corporate ready. Vyuhan 2.0 is a unique conversion of ideas, strategies, and action. I encourage everybody to participate actively in the discussions and the sessions today. Let us work together to create a better, more sustainable future, and in doing so, make Vyuham 2.0 a resounding success. Thank you, and I wish you all an insightful and productive day.
Thank you, ma'am. Your words have provided us with valuable perspectives that will certainly guide our future actions. XIM University, though young, is swiftly gaining recognition as a top research university and educational hub in the country. Events like Vyuham keeps us all informed on professional developments in the industry. Before we begin our first session, I would like to invite all our guests and faculty members to take a short break for high tea. Please take this time to re-energize and enjoy some refreshments. We will reconvene at 10:45 a.m. in IC2 Seminar Hall 4 to start the first session. I look forward to seeing you back here shortly. Thank you.
national challenge round competition. So a part of the credit must go to Mr. Maitra. Um, so we kept in touch over the years, also co-authored a book chapter together on the Bhubaneswar smart cities. So now coming to the formal part of the introduction, Mr. Maitra is an industry leader, particularly in the area of real estate and urban infrastructure, with over 3 decades of experience. He's a specialist in the area of public-private partnerships, government advisory, and smart city projects. His work led to successful delivery of PPP transactions across various sectors, especially in Odisha. In his previous role as the National Director of Jones Lang Russell, he was responsible for setting up and developing the business and the government infrastructure advisory practice in India and South Asia region. He led the PPP transaction practices for SRAI infrastructure finance for 10 years and in different Indian states, building mega infrastructure project, industrial parks and townships for ILNFS and various other companies. He also provided technical assistance on economic governance and reforms in the urban sector as a consultant with the government reform and in the, reforms and institutional development practice of Price Waterhouse Coopers. So major key positions he held in the past also includes being a senior advisor to the UK Trade and Investment Department and facilitating India-UK business transactions. So we are really privileged to welcome you back to our XIM campus, Mr. Maitra. Now it's over to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to be back here, and and of course, many thanks to Professor Chatterjee and Professor Mishra that you have remembered me and you have brought me back here. It's always a pleasure speaking to the students because of the fact that you're the ones who are at the threshold of entering your career in the urban space. And it's whatever we can contribute to your growth path in the urban space, that's a privilege for us. So with that, what I'll do is today, the session which has been kept here, I was going through the session topic and I found it extremely pertinent and useful. So I will share a little bit about my thoughts on the topic, which is very relevant, which is urban features, innovation, inclusion, and sustainability. And thereafter, I will have a very short, a few slides on the organization that I represent here in Bhubaneswar Development Authority, KPMG, about their urban practice. And then I will love to have questions from your end. So that's how we will do it over the next 30-40 minutes. So, as you were saying that, urban features, yes, as we all know, these are all known facts, that India is going through a huge amount of urbanization process, and like any other developing country. And a lot of this urbanization process is coming, in future will be coming to the tier 2 and tier 3 cities, in the sense that whatever we had initially, which was confined to the metro and the major capital cities, it is moving away from that. We all know about the government initiatives in developing infrastructure in terms of airports, in terms of transport infrastructure, in terms of waterway infrastructure. So it will be spread across the country, and every state will have at least 3 or 4 cities which will be at par with the capital. So that's what we are looking at. So obviously that is one feature which is very important. So in a nutshell, when you go out into the market, you have got a much bigger playing field. Now looking at innovation, which is your first thing, which is here, innovation. Now, you see, urban infrastructure, yes, it doesn't appear apparently, but urban infrastructure is also having a huge amount of innovation because of the fact that we have to adapt. Basically, urban infrastructure, when you're going out as an urban management professional, you are catering to the people of this country because entire urban space is dedicated to the citizens of the country. They are your audience who will be actually availing the services. So naturally, as their needs keep on changing, you have to do a lot of innovation. The government of India gave a huge boost to this innovation process through the smart city program. Because the entire smart city program, you will be aware, since you as part of this course, the entire smart city program was to boost up innovative ideas. And not that every innovative idea would be successful, but to create a huge, a huge list of innovative ideas which will be taken up across the country and practiced at the pan city level, which is one of the smart city features, how the program was structured. And whichever is successful out of this, that will be adopted, and that we call scaling up. So that will be adopted and that will be repeated again and again in different cities, in different geographies. So that we call scaling up of these features. So, technology, and most of this was technology based. Even in the urban space, you are all aware that, whether you are looking at FASTag for national highways, where you are looking at Wi-Fi enabled public spaces, whether you are looking at solar harnessing of solar power to do lighting. These kind of things were not there 10 years back. But these things have become very much part and parcel of our life today, which means that these are the technological innovations which have come into the urban space, and they have become very much part of our day-to-day life. Now, I'll take the example of Bhubaneswar because we are staying in Bhubaneswar. Bhubaneswar, I'll give you an example of what kind of innovations is happening. The government of Odisha, through the Urban Development Department, has taken up a program called the Amabhumi program. Some of you might be, I don't know if you have heard about it. Now, always the city of Bhubaneswar, it wanted to structure itself as a sports-friendly city, because the government always realized that sports is something which is also very important for youngsters like you, that sports is something which teaches you to accept success and failure every moment. So that is something which builds up your personality for the future. And in order to develop it as a sports-friendly city, it is important to have sports infrastructure. Now, we all know that we have the Kalinga Stadium, which is a very, very nice world-class piece of infrastructure here. But everybody cannot go there, and neither it can accommodate the people, young people of the city. So what was done is 189 spaces were identified. These were some of the fields which were dilapidated with a lot of mud, etc., in the localities. Some of the schools and colleges have grounds which were not used, which were not maintained well, but these were typically earmarked sports facilities for the cities. So what the government said is that we will do the infrastructure development there. That is, we will have a list of different kind of sporting activities for which we will do the entire infrastructure development here. We will create the sports facility along with lighting and everything. However, as the owner of that particular space, you take the responsibility of the operation and management, right? So that is exactly the model in which it goes, and it is an innovation. In the urban space, it is an innovation. So all these sports facilities, I think 21 or 22 have already in the advanced stages of construction. And when this is a concept, an innovative concept which is being adopted, and this will be immensely helpful for the citizens, and the culture of sports will be even more prevalent in the city of Bhubaneswar. This is the conceptual innovation. I now talk about the technological innovation which was used here. In the technological innovation side, what the government of Odisha realized is that this place gets a lot of rain, as you can see now. So this waterlogging is one of the major things which hampers any sports area. So all the new technologies which are there in the Kalinga Stadium, they were also adopted here, which includes, perforated tubes along the ground, with us making a grid of perforated tubes so that the water goes off very quickly. Some amount of lighting, the exact size of the field, because of the fact that whichever sport you are playing, if you do not have the exact size, which is the international standard size, you don't get the flavor of the sport. So that is the kind of your first topic, which is innovation. One is a conceptual innovation, one is a technological innovation. These two things are coming in. Even when we were doing the smart city program here in Bhubaneswar, we wanted to develop Bhubaneswar as a child-friendly city. Now, as a child-friendly city, what we wanted to do is, first of all, the footpaths. All over the world, it has been taken that you have those particular gradients so that a child can move around, a perambulator can move around, and also putting play equipment in all the public spaces. So if you are going to the Indira Gandhi Park or the Biju Patnaik Park, you will find a one particular section which is there with supported with play equipments which are weather sustainable, where in the sense that they don't get spoiled with rain and everything, and there the children can play. Even when the parents are probably taking a walk, the children can play. So these are the kind of small bits and pieces of innovations which you can do in the urban sector, you can do in the urban space, and it always starts with thinking about the citizens, because ultimately you will be catering to them. So this is what about innovation. Your next topic, which is the inclusion. Yes, inclusion, very pertinent. As I said, inclusion is also something which is very, very important in the urban space. Now, as I was saying, that since you are catering for the people, citizens of particular city, citizens of a particular town or location, you have to be inclusive in the sense that stakeholder consultation is a very, very important part. When the Bhubaneswar Smart City, sir just mentioned some time back, Bhubaneswar Smart City was appreciated at the national level as well. One of the reasons why Bhubaneswar Smart City was appreciated is that it had a huge amount of stakeholder consultation, and the entire approach of how the smart city will be structured was actually created by the citizens of the city, of the capital city. So stakeholder consultations and taking the feedback of stakeholders is a very, very important part, because unless and until you take their feedback, you create an asset, they will not use it. If they do not see a merit in it, they will not use it. And if you are creating an asset which the people are not using properly, then it becomes a non-performing asset. So your entire thing will go to a waste. Once again, when you talk about stakeholder inclusion part, you will find that across the country, most of the city development authorities, we have city development plan, we have regional development plan, this and that. Most of the cities are now going for capital region development plan. Instead of doing a city development plan, they are looking at a capital region development plan. This concept first came in from the NCR region, where three cities from three different states were clubbed together into one region, and today it has become like one particular zone. Even in Bhubaneswar, say for instance, people are now thinking about Bhubaneswar, Cuttack together as a capital region development plan. And if you see the place which is in between the two major cities, then it is almost getting integrated, either through infrastructure or through real estate or through roads, commercial activities, car showrooms, etc., etc. So, so that is also an inclusion. So that's why I said that inclusion, yes, it's absolutely on point that inclusion is also a very major thing, whether it is including the stakeholders, including zones, regions together into this particular development plan. I will give another example. The government of Orissa in 23, last year September, came up with a policy called the Rural Urban Transition Policy. The policy is likely to be rolled out very soon because of the elections and everything. It wasn't really rolled out. The Rural Urban Transition Policy is something which talks about peri-urban areas. That is, every urban center has got a municipality, it has got a development authority, everything, but there is also a peri-urban area which has got the same flavor. Probably the people staying at the peri-urban area are coming to the urban area every day for work and going back, but they are still not integrated, and they are still not getting the kind of a service, citizen service, which the capital city or the municipal body is getting, right? So these are called peri-urban areas. So in order to integrate the peri-urban areas of all major cities in the state, this particular rural-urban transition policy has been rolled out, where the State Urban Development Authority will act as a hub, and all these different other stakeholders, which could be development authority, which could be a district level development authority, district urban development authority, etc. They will be acting as spokes. A hub and a spoke is required because there has to be a standard policy in how to develop, how to go ahead with the development process, whether it is related to property tax, whether it is related to water supply, sewerage, drainage, dumping of construction debris, road connectivity, plenty of issues we can talk about. So this rural urban transition policy is something which is including these together, and with a standard policy level intervention, all these places will be engulfed into the main city, so that probably 5 years down the line, there won't be any difference. The kind of services which the citizens staying in the peri-urban areas and the citizens who are staying in the city will be absolutely at par. And this is also, which is very, very important, again, inclusion. So when we are talking about inclusion, these are the kind of inclusions which happen either through the policy, either through the regional planning, either through the capital regional planning, or through the stakeholder consultations. So these are the kind of inclusions which we are seeing in the urban space. Secondly, when we again talk about inclusion, we have to look at a futuristic approach, because of the fact that whatever we are doing for the future. So every infrastructure should have a futuristic approach. I'll give you an example. Say, for instance, when this affordable housing was started all over the country, there was a particular size of the EWS LIG housing which was made. However, there was a particular height which was given for that. All those norms were there as a part of the policy. But today, people are thinking that, yes, was that size absolutely all right? If that is the size, then what is the kind of design it should be having? Say, for instance, the washroom. We in Bhubaneswar itself have done some affordable housing projects, sir is aware of that. We have always tried to structure the washrooms in a manner so that the water closet and the bath and the basin are all separate, so that 3 people can simultaneously use it, because for that small of a unit. But yes, it comes to our mind that probably is the size adequate? 10 years down the line, will people in India be ready to stay at that size? So that is a futuristic approach. So even in the urban space tomorrow, when you are going ahead in the urban space and working, my request to you will be that, don't look at the current date itself and the current need of the people. Also try to project that what will be their requirement 10 years down the line, when India will be economically, one of the largest economic superpowers. So at that point of time, what will be their need? What will be their exact necessity? The basic level of basic necessity will probably go up. So keep that in mind and do it. Now, that comes to urban structure finance, urban sector financing. Again, I will talk about some inclusion factors which are coming in the financing part of the urban sector also. Say, for instance, we know that 72% of urban sector financing, infrastructure financing today is done by the government, whether the central government or the state government. And it is only a very small portion which is coming out from the financial institutions or from individual companies, investors, etc., etc. But this has to increase, because the kind of development that we are looking at in the future, unless and until this increases, we cannot meet the infrastructure financing gap which will come out. Now, in order to do that, we need public-private partnership projects. And public-private partnership projects have to be very, very successful public-private partnership projects. I have been working on the PPP space for quite a long time. And I have myself seen a huge amount of transition which has taken up in this particular space, in the sense that 5 years down the line, 5 years back or 7 years back, when I was working on a PPP project, we were primarily looking at investor or a developer who are coming into the project, and we were doing all the bidding documents just between the government, which is the public sector, and the private sector investors who are coming in, and we were structuring the bidding documents and going ahead with the bidding process. Today, over the last 3 years particularly, we are seeing that whether it is a real estate PPP, mixed use PPP, infrastructure PPP, whatever it is, unless and until you are very clear about the financing, project financing aspect of the project, unless you are very clear that how the PPP partner will be able to access project finance, either from financial institutions, banks, etc., and ideally have a separate chapter altogether, and what the government authority will have to do in order to create an enabling environment for them within the bidding document so that they can access finance from the financial institutions and banks, nobody is going to come to your project, and nobody is even taking up your project. So, so which means that there is another stakeholder which has come into all the PPPs, apart from the public and the private sector, which is the financial institutions, either in the banks or NBFCs, whatever. And they have to be engulfed into the bidding document in such a way so that this enabling environment is created, which is another inclusion. Because 5 years back, we did not have this particular stakeholder into our PPP projects, but we have it today. So, when we talk about inclusion, there are so many things which are getting, so many new stakeholders, so many new dimensions and parameters which are getting included into our PPP structuring and into our urban infrastructure development. So that is what we had on inclusion. The last topic which we have is sustainability. Now, when you are talking about sustainability, as I mentioned before, the sustainability of an asset means that when you have created a public asset, that public asset must be used by people, not discarded by people. If it is discarded by people, if they're not using it, it means that your decision was wrong, you have made a bad investment, and it's becoming a non-performing asset. So in order to have people use that asset, you have to have that stakeholder consultation and ensure that all the things that people want, those features are engulfed into that infrastructure, then only they will use it. Otherwise, you can never make them use it, right? So that is one part which will make a project sustainable in the urban infrastructure space. The second part is the operation and maintenance. Because while making an investment and creating an asset is okay, that is one part, but a much bigger part, as you all have realized, you have seen the country, you have seen the world, that the much more bigger challenge is to maintain a particular asset, because you have seen that a lot of our infrastructure assets have been created, but due to lack of maintenance, they don't look similar to the similar infrastructure that we have in the other parts of the world. That's because the maintenance is something where we lag a lot, and that is one particular area where we do not have a clear-cut maintenance plan. We do not have clear-cut funding pattern of how to do the create a maintenance fund and how the funding for the maintenance of the things. Because in a country like India, we are a thickly populated country. You will, through user charges, you can never maintain an asset. You have to have some other source, or you need to discover, as urban practitioners, you need to discover some other source which will help you in maintaining of the asset. Only depending on the user charge, whether it's a road, railway, a metro, a bridge, toll road, nothing, it will not happen. So apart from some very popular sectors, etc. So having that in mind, when you do a structuring of a project, or you start conceiving an urban infrastructure project, that is also very, very important. And that comes to the sustainability part, that it has to be sustainable. The secondly, I find that with the kind of new urban assets which are being created and new areas brought into the urban space, the urban local bodies will have a very, very important part to play. And strengthening of urban local bodies, which can happen through municipal financing, can happen through municipal bonds, which can happen through strengthening of people, training, infrastructure, etc. So strengthening of urban local bodies is also something which will be a very, very important part of your future work life, because of the fact that you will probably, a lot of you can make a lot of contribution in this particular area, understanding the municipal finance aspect, understanding the municipal bond, how a urban local body is rated and how a municipal bond can be issued by them. So keep this in your mind, because you are absolutely open now. You could choose 3 or 4 areas and specialize in those areas over the next 10, 15, 20 years. So that could also be one of the areas which you can consider, because of the fact that there will be a huge amount of opportunity in that particular space, and a lot of urban local bodies will be front runners in maintenance and development of urban infrastructure assets in the country. So that is what I had. Thank you very much indeed for the patient listening on the topic. Now I represent KPMG in Bhubaneswar for a project management unit in Bhubaneswar Development Authority. I'll just show a few slides which are for KPMG, that in urban infrastructure, what are the different service offerings that we have, and then I will be open to your queries. Previous one. Yeah. The second line. So that is just a bit on the India's demographic and economic indicator. You can see for yourself. There are a few slides. Just look at the capital outlay, 122 billion US dollars. That's about 10 lakh crores. So that's the kind of a budget that we have in infrastructure in the country. These are the areas, sectors on which we work, which are cities and built environment, transportation, energy, climate and sustainability, health and human settlements. And on the extreme right-hand side, you can see these are the potential service areas which we have, starting from strategy, program management, climate planning, infrastructure financing, digitization, international corridors. And in urban, service line, we do urban planning, we do urban infrastructure. I'm not reading out everything because you can see for yourself. So, these are the kind of service offerings which most of the firms will be having for their urban practice. And these are broadly the areas. I've touched upon quite a few of these areas when I was talking about the main theme. So in a nutshell, what we do is we do city visions, we do city diagnostic and gap analysis, we do city master planning, we do technological innovations, project implementation and governance, which is to do with a lot with the policy. So that's all I have. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
The floor is now open for question and answer session. Good morning, sir. I am Ashmita Roy, a first-year student from MBA Urban Management, and I'm very grateful to all the insights we have got. So my question is: recently, I came across a course of Lean Six Sigma, and gained the idea that through that we can have a smooth operation of any company. So my question is: what is the future of Lean Six Sigma in sustaining large-scale PPP projects?
You see, I personally am not too much aware about this particular course contributing about PPP project. Because as I explained to you, PPP projects in a nutshell is when you are doing public-private partnership projects all over the world, it has been proved that what we do is the first thing that we have to identify is about the operational efficiency, because the main difference between a government and a private sector is that the government has got a lot of responsibilities towards a lot of areas, water supply, sewage, this, that, etc., etc. Whereas a private sector person is doing that particular business for a living over the next for the last 10 or 20 years, sometimes for a couple of generations. So naturally, if I'm doing something for a living, only doing something for a living, I will have more operational efficiency, marketing efficiency, acumen, everything in that particular subject. And the government is the custodian of the asset, because I don't have the asset. Government is the custodian of the asset, which could be a land, which could be a building, or whatever. So it is a convergence of the two, which is primarily for lending my operational efficiency and government lending their asset and creating an infrastructure and a sustainable infrastructure, which we talked about now. So if that is the main theme of the PPP, investment from private side and everything will come naturally, incidentally. Incidentally, there will be some investment. But what you have to understand is the operational efficiency of the private sector and the asset of the government sector, and creating a win-win platform for both in your structure and bidding documents. Once you have that particular flavor, you will definitely succeed in a PPP project, because of the fact that you will make both of the sides interested in it. Right. But about Six Sigma is what I understand is a process driven. That is, if you are doing this particular work, then how much, if I continuously do this particular work, how is it possible that there will be very little variance in my work which is happening? My work becomes very, very standardized. So standardization is something which Six Sigma looks at. Frankly speaking, in this particular PPP and other things, standardization too much will not be there. For every you will have standard concession agreements, standard documents and everything. But for every project, you have to think and then work on the various aspects, whether it's the financial model or the bidding documents. So that is what is, if I could have answered you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Aditi Bajpayee. I'm a first-year student of Urban Management and Governance. Well, my question to you, sir, is how can PPP can be structured so that marginal committees are included in the decision-making process? Like most of the time they are excluded, or how can we create a sustainable infrastructure for them?
That can be done, obviously, please sit down. That can be done, obviously, through stakeholder consultations. And if stakeholder consultations are not possible because the marginal community is really large enough, you cannot have a stakeholder communication with them, then you take the help of self-help groups, because self-help groups are the ones who will talk to them and bring out their thought process. I'll give you an example, because unless I give an example, you will exactly not understand it. Say, for instance, you are doing a slum rehabilitation project, right? So there is a horizontal slum. You are trying to do a slum rehabilitation project where you would create some vertical structures, not very large ones, G+3 or G+4, so that the land gets reduced and there will be a lot of free land in which you can do HIG structure. So you do a cross subsidy of these two, and these people will be housed in that new house with all modern facilities and everything. And in the surplus land, you can also bring in a private developer to do his HIG housing, which will actually cross-subsidize. So he will create that particular housing, the slum rehabilitation housing, and give it back to the government. So say you are doing that kind of a PPP. Now, obviously, which you said that, how do you take the opinion of the slum dwellers? Because the biggest challenge in this particular project will be that where will they stay for the construction period? They need to have a transit accommodation in the construction period. So obviously the government will have to create a transit accommodation, number one. Number two is, whenever they are creating that slum rehabilitation housing, they have to create a little more than the number of people who are the beneficiaries of that slum, because that will be used as an inventory for the next project. right? That is the transit accommodation for their next slum rehabilitation project on PPP. Now, what kind of a transit accommodation they will be requiring, if the how far they are ready to travel, because people who are, you mentioned, from the marginalized society, they cannot spend too much of time traveling to work. So how far they will travel, how far they can go, what sort of housing they will be required, what sort of a association they have to be built, how will the maintenance fund be created? Should the maintenance fund be created at the beginning only when you are doing the project, so that the interest from that amount of money is good enough to do the regular maintenance, water supply and all these things? That opinion has to come. Now, either you take that opinion from who are the representatives of that particular community, or you take it through the self-help groups who will be talking to them and convincing them. Because you can do this project structuring on paper and make it successful, but unless and until they move to the transit accommodation, it will never be a success on ground, right? So that's how you take into account that particular factor. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. I'm Himanshu Bhushan, first year student of Urban Management and Governance. First of all, thank you for enlightening us. My question is, what are the some key challenges which urban domain startups face while indulging in public-private partnerships, and how would we mitigate it?
Right. You see, when you're talking about startups, today, when we talk about public-private partnerships, we mostly refer to the kind of projects which are floated by the government and where a private sector bids for it. So the biggest challenge in that particular thing is that whenever the government goes something, it goes for an open bidding process. Whenever you are having an open bidding process, there will be a huge number of entry barriers in terms of number of years of business, financial qualification, turnover, this, that, etc., etc. So as a startup, these are definitely are the biggest challenges, because you do not have the credentials to even participate there, leave apart winning and doing a good work. So as a startup, what you really have to do is don't think that every PPP is related to a government bidding a project or something. It could be in a small little way where you do a smaller project, you do the advertising rights of a public infrastructure, you do a small, operation of, say, bus repair facility in a very large bus stand. You do the traffic passenger handling and goods handling services in a railway station, or you means your company, or interstate bus terminus or something. So starting from smaller little things, building yourself up, so while in the process of you are gaining those credentials and participating directly as a project, directly into a project, or you join somebody as a consortium member and also gain the experience that you are bringing in so much of value to their operations that they take you along with them. They are an established company themselves. So I think that is the kind of approach which will be required for startups to enter this particular space.
Mr. Motro, you have a vast experience in PPP and in the smart cities. So based on that, I'm asking you this question. When the smart cities mission was uh, framed, about 22% in the smart cities budget was kept for PPP. That about 22% fund nationally will be mobilized through PPP. But in reality, very few smart cities had been able to mobilize funds through PPP, and whatever has happened only in 3 or 4 states, Gujarat, Maharashtra, and Karnataka to some extent. But most other states, I mean, the amount of money that has come through PPP has been very less for the smart cities mission. Can you throw some light? I mean, what are the biggest challenges?
Yeah. Thank you. Very good question. Actually, there are various areas to it. I'll tell you, when the smart cities were being made, every state has a smart city corporation. which was a special purpose vehicle, which had the responsibility of moving the smart city program. However, these special purpose vehicles were basically paper companies with some senior officers. They did not have any asset. So you want to do a road project, road is not yours, transport department. You want to do a real estate project, that depends to that is the development authorities project. So you do not own any asset, but you are the ones who are inviting people to come and do a PPP, number one. And number two is whichever department or you are asking for the asset from, whether it is a building for your ICCC, or you are a land for an affordable housing project, those departments have those plans of developing that project over the last 10 years. They are doing Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana affordable housing projects. You have suddenly created an SPV and you are telling them that I want to do some affordable housing on PPP. So basically you are trying to get into somebody's asset and give them more, gyan about how to go about and manage their asset and do a successful. That is one of the problems which happened. Number two is like any other PPP project, you have to obviously look at both the sides and ensure that there is a revenue flow. If that revenue flow and structuring is not there, obviously you do not get any people who are interested and coming in. Number three is all these smart city program cities started at different points of time. Some started early, some started later, etc., etc. So when you are looking at software PPPs, which are related to technology based, which are related to facial recognition system, etc., etc., a lot of these innovations have failed earlier in certain places. Because in the newer smart cities, whoever was coming with a new technology and giving a presentation was probably walking away with a small project related to technology. But later on, 3 years later, probably when my city started the smart city project or whoever cities, we knew that those kind of things have failed there. So my apprehension, my suspicion, my anticipation, everything was much more when I was talking to them. So these are a combination of all these factors, which is probably the reason why we didn't have so many successful projects coming.
Good morning, sir. Thank you for your words. I'm Sonia Shiv, first year student of Urban Management and Governance. In words, you mentioned about NBFCs and how they are the new stakeholders in the infrastructure finance and urban financials. So can you throw some more light on it? That what are the major drivers which are attracting these NBFCs and how can they contribute into much more development of the PPP projects?
Yeah. Thank you. You see, not just NBFCs, it's the entire financial institutions, please. Entire financial institutions. What happens is these days you do not have, I'll take the example of real estate, say for instance, these days you do not have the luxury of buying a piece of land at a low price, right? The price is quite high. And secondly, there are regulatory mechanisms through RERA and everything that you can go to the market and start bringing out money from the market only after a particular stage of construction has been reached. So in this interim stage and with modern technology coming in, like multiple level of basements, etc., there will be a lot of investment which is required in this interim period. Now, in this interim period, your way of bringing in more investment is either through your personal equity or through securitizing your land or securitizing your project in order to bring in more money, for which you will be approaching our NBFC or a financial institutions. Now, in order to do that, you say you are a practitioner, urban practitioner, and you are writing the bidding document and agreements and everything. You should be knowing that what is acceptable to the NBFC or what is acceptable to the bank. Your own idea of a standard concession agreement or a standard bidding document will not be enough because that person will never be able to access that loan, number one. And number to is that person will do that fact finding even before bidding for the project. So he might not even end up bidding for your project at all. So, so you have to go a one step further and probably talk to a banker, because you will be going through a government authority. It will be very easy for you to call anybody and have a discussion with them. But you have to talk to a banker or an NBFC to understand that what sort of conditions are palatable to them, so that they do the infrastructure financing. So what I mean to say is that inclusion of that stakeholder, you have to do that you have to go that extra mile and bring in that stakeholder in a way in which that particular stakeholder is comfortable in coming.
There are a large number of youngsters who are coming up with new ideas, innovative ideas and startups to engage in the urban sector. But you rightly said, the bidding processes and others don't enable them to actually even get to a head start. So could there be some kind of a policy, because government is also interested in promoting the youth, their employment, their engagement, particularly in their own businesses, rather than looking for employment elsewhere. Could one advocate a policy where there is some provision made for startups to actually bid for certain kinds of projects? Odisha is always open to innovative ideas, so perhaps
perhaps you are absolutely right. In fact, but probably not in very large projects, but for technology-based projects, yes, there could be a policy, because Government of India has some tax holiday and other things. But this is something which is a recommendation which can go from a center of excellence like yours probably to the government. Yeah, that's quite possible.
It'd be good if you could help us develop some recommendation. Because we are, after all, only academics.
Right.
With your insights, we can, because this is something we have been thinking of for some time. Because almost every other day one hears of a new startup, yeah, they contact us and things like that. So, and in Odisha, being the fact that government is open to new ideas, I would have thought that, this could have some fertile ground.
Yeah. We can definitely work on that.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. This is Shalini Padhi from second year. Thank you for your valuable insights. Sir, my question is, like, we are integrating sustainability into the context of smart cities, and there are various policies which are formed for the people. So, sir, my question would be, how could we involve ESG in shaping the public policies and regulations? How can we integrate ESG into that context?
Yes. You see, environmental sustainability goals, which are developed it was originally developed by the United Nations, and now it has come into the environmentally sustainable goals that you're talking about, right?
Yes,
yeah, that is something. These are specific pointers which are already there. As say, for instance, if you are today, if you are doing a building project, you try to ensure that there is a green building aspect to that. You try to ensure that rainwater harvesting is there. You try to ensure that if you are bringing in, say today, if the Capital Region Urban Transport Authority of the Government of Odisha, they run buses all over the state, all over the city, and now they are expanding to other parts of the state. They are bringing in all electric vehicles, all electric buses, though the initial investment is more, but they're bringing in all electric buses because of the fact that they want to do emit less pollution into the atmosphere and the climate and everything. So these are things which are very standardized things. When you do a procurement of buses, you are ensuring that I will only go for electric buses, point number one, and I will only go for lithium-ion batteries, probably one of your criteria in your bidding document, or bidding document or purchase document quotation, invited for quotation, etc., etc. So whenever you are doing this kind of procurements or you are managing this kind of a project, you are tomorrow looking at a project which is a mixed-use real estate project. You say that it has to be a green building, it must have water harvesting facility, right? you can even, when I was working on the Kolkata Smart City project at some point of time, there was a regulation which was made by Newtown Kolkata that in every house, major housing complex, there should be at least so much square feet earmarked for cycles, because of the fact that in that kind of a new city, and which is also very relevant for Orissa, doing cycling can be encouraged, not really in the busy areas, but in the typical household localities. So these are things which you can inbuilt into the project, which are actually supporting the ESG factors.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Pleasure. Yes. Yes.
Thank you, sir. The way you have explained our theme is exceptional, and we're sure that it will help all of us in our future endeavors. As a token of appreciation, I would like to request Professor Tathagata Chatterjee to present a memento to Mr. Shobhita Maitra for sharing his time and insights with us. Thank you, sir, for doing this. Now, let us welcome the second speaker of UAE 2.0. The speaker for this session is Ms. Amrita Ganguly, Executive Director, Sustainability at Deloitte India. I request ma'am to kindly come and take a seat on the dais. I would like to invite Prashi to give a token of greetings to Ms. Amrita Ganguly. I request Professor Jigli Mazumdar to welcome Ms. Ganguly. Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, all of you. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Amrita Ganguly for this 2.0. Dr. Amrita Ganguly, who is an executive director at Deloitte India, is a chemical engineer with a PhD in energy economics and has over 18 years of experience in climate change and environmental, social, and governance, that is ESG. She has worked with PwC, EY, and KPMG, advising on strategy and policy for environmental and energy issues, also green economic zones, low carbon growth, and climate resilience topics. Dr. Ganguly has led projects worldwide, collaborating with organizations like World Bank, AD, GIZ, USAID, and UN. Her work includes developing solutions for circular economy, net zero, and sustainable cities with expertise in ESG, decarbonization, and climate funding. We deeply appreciate you taking time to share your insight with us today. Over to you, Mr.
है ना?
Hey, hi, good morning everyone. I think my presentation is not working. I hope I'm loud enough. I generally am loud. Okay, mic is also there to my aid. So thank you, Mr. Moitra. That was a wonderful presentation, and I think he actually laid the groundwork for my presentation because I was going to present on net zero emission buildings. I don't know if any of you are aware of this concept, but before I actually get into buildings, the earlier discussion which you were having on the smart city bit, I just like to give a little bit of my experience. So we were working on Bhopal Smart City, and we were doing a very special kind of work, which was a Bhopal Green and Blue Master Plan. So if you would be knowing that Bhopal is a city of lakes, and it's also one of the very green cities of India. So the Smart City Corporation, which Mr. Moitra explained is a SPV for most of the smart cities, all the smart cities rather. They came up with this tender saying that, you have to make a plan, a master plan to preserve and kind of also, in future, keep increasing the amount of greenery and the blue spaces in the city. So that is what I was working on. And by the way, that time I was working with KPMG. So what happened, whatever interventions, policy interventions, technical interventions, whatever was proposed, the SPV, the Bhopal Smart City Corporation, they could not really implement it. So, having something on paper, having a very nice idea on paper is great to have. But it could not be implemented just simply because of the fact, because, this SPV was not equipped enough to do these things in the domains of other departments. So there was a transport department. They will not allow anything to come in the way of their master plan. And maybe their master plan was something 10 years old. And they've been doing that mobility, comprehensive mobility master plan. So why will the department allow someone else to come and tell them that you need to do one, two, three things? Similarly, with the energy cells, with the discoms, with all the different entities which are there in a city. So possibly where these initial smart cities did not work well was because the SPVs were not given that much of power or authority that they could actually, thank you, they could actually I will not say, I will not use the word dictate terms, but at least direct the other agencies to fall in line and implement a certain set of measures. Also, there were other failures which happened, like specifically in Bhopal. They put up these posts, which looked like lamp posts. They had three purposes. So there was a light, there was a camera, there was a solar panel to light it, so making it net zero, and there was a camera which would kind of capture the face of whoever was walking. Now, what was the problem with this? The light was fine, the solar powered light was fine. The camera, they wanted to capture the faces, but there was no database of citizens. So what will they do by looking at, beautiful faces of ours? It was actually, there was no purpose to it. They spent so much of money putting up those poles, but they could have just done it with a solar powered street lamp. That would have been cheaper and maybe more effective. So, that planning, that thinking in detail, that never went into the smart city plannings. And specifically, maybe that was one of the major reasons why smart cities were not so successful what they should have been. Now coming back, okay, my presentation is up there. Thank you. So this mic works. Maybe that's easier to use. So the topic which I specifically wanted to present on was on net zero buildings, net zero emission or energy buildings. So what is the concept around net zero? It simply means that whatever a particular unit is emitting, whatever emissions a particular building is emitting, the building is doing something to reduce that and make that net emission zero. You would have also heard that India and many other countries have taken net zero targets. And many big corporations like Reliance, Tata's, Mahindras, they have also, as part of their plans, they have taken such net zero action plans, and they want to become net zero by say 2030, 2050, whatsoever. So this different organizations, different sectors, all of them have such net zero targets, so that India as a whole can achieve net zero by, I think the year declared was 2070. So this net zero will be a combination of a lot of things. There will be renewable energy, there will be energy efficiency, there will be new technologies like green hydrogen, which is upcoming. There will be things like carbon capture and storage, and so on and so forth. So here specifically what I want to focus is on the urban part, that is on the buildings part. So if we just look at the concept, what is this global scenario and what is the concept around net zero buildings? Yes, sure. I think, is it not there now? Oh, that's okay. That's fine. Thank you. Thank you. So building sector globally consumes about 36% of energy. And if you look at the graph on the left-hand side, so we have the global breakups of different sectors, how much emissions they contribute to. So if you see that the highest comes from residential buildings, which is 22%, followed by non-residential buildings, which is about 8%. 5% is from the building construction industry. Now, if we look at why the buildings and how is the breakup of energy or emissions in buildings itself, we see about 27% is coming from building operations. And this is followed by the building construction and then the other construction industry. So, whatever is going into building construction. So India as a country, we are very vulnerable to climate change. And I'm sure you all must be hearing this time and again. So we have different climatic events. We also have disruptions because we are very dependent on external energy to a great extent. If you look at the policy aspect of India also, what the kind of targets that India has taken. So India has taken somewhere around 33 to 35% reduction of emissions between 2005 to 2030, and then ultimately reach net zero by 2070. So, it is kind of phased out. We also have targets around energy efficiency. So just to explain, energy efficiency is having the same output, you're putting in, you're consuming less energy. So about reduction in energy consumption by 50 to 60%. Urbanization and infrastructure needs are a major requirement of India. So whether it is in terms of energy or it is in terms of construction materials. So about 65% of India's population will be going into cities, and cities are rapidly expanding in India. So by 2050, more than 50% of India's population is in the cities. And hence the demand for energy, water, other resources, everything is going to increase. Also, India has committed to about 500 gigawatt of renewable energies. And as you can see, through different schemes and policies, the very popular being the Pradhan Mantri, the rooftop scheme, which has come out recently, whereby if you put up a rooftop solar, even in your own house, you will get a subsidy from the central government. So there is also a great push from the government to ensure that, emissions as a whole is coming down. So coming to net zero buildings. So these buildings will be typically using renewable energy, and they will consume energy, but they will also produce energy. So on a net level, it will be zero. There will be no emission, no extra energy demand because of this building. Of course, at this stage, it may seem very theoretical, but we are still trying to reach to net zero in practice. We are very close to net zero, but I would not say it is practically really zero, but it is close to zero. Also, there is an organization NZEB, we call it. So they are I would say the globally the organization which is taking care of bringing out policies or hand holding different entities, units actually become NZEB. They have certain plans, certain case studies. If you go and look on their website, so certain ideas how someone can put on a net zero building. Of course, green buildings is something everyone would have heard about, and the certifications around green buildings, which is IGBC or GRIHA or LEEDs, whoever is doing it. And so net zero building is one step ahead of basically green buildings. And these will be having, solar panels, there could be wind turbines, or in fact, there can be, we had proposed in Bhopal only, we had proposed a kind of building where the waste, the human waste, which is collected from a building, it was a complex, basically, apartment complex, that was used to generate biogas methane and then, use a micro turbine and generate electricity. So that was, again, an idea which was put on paper. It could not be implemented due to reasons we just discussed some time back. And of course, then there are systems like building energy management system, sensors, to reduce the energy consumption wastage to the extent possible. So these are some of the different components of a net zero building. Of course, there has to be clean energy, there has to be temperature sensors, there has to be occupancy sensors, light sensors, there has to be smart parking. Energy, all equipment has to be energy efficient. You would have heard about BEE, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, which kind of gives stars to household appliances. So you can have a refrigerator which is a 5-star rated, which will be more expensive. So the capital cost is higher, but its electricity consumption is lower. So, if you look at the payback, it would be somewhere maybe 2 to 3 years. So after that, you actually save more if you buy a 5-star rated refrigerator as compared to a 3-star rated refrigerator. And this is there for most appliances. There is TVs, ACs, washing machines, everything has this Bureau of Energy Efficiency rating. So BE is a nodal body under Ministry of Power, and they are the body in India who does this kind of standards and labeling. So labeling of such electrical appliances. So coming to what is the policy push in India, that so many buildings, if you look into certain metro cities, there are a good number of green buildings which we see. So the governments are giving certain incentives like, green buildings have some property tax subsidy. So maybe a little bit less on the property tax, or the FAR is a little bit higher for green buildings. In fact, some of the green building developers, they also charge a slightly higher rental. So lease rentals are maybe 5 to 8% higher. This can be found in many cities like Mumbai and Bangalore, where the market is quite well developed. And a lot of large corporates, as part of their own policies, will only put up their offices in green buildings, certified green buildings. So it has to be a platinum building or a gold building, for the corporate to go and take a lease rental there. So, just to give you an example, for Deloitte, all the offices that we are present in, all the different cities in India and UK and certain other European offices, all the offices are in buildings which are certified as a green building. Otherwise, as a policy, we will not take space in that office. So that is also a kind of push which developers are now having, so that they go and bring up the green building and not the normal standard building. Also, as I was speaking, ECBC, I don't know if you are aware of that. It is the Energy Conservation Building Code and Eco Nivas Samhita. So these two are building codes whereby the government has specified certain parameters, basis which that building can be classified as a more energy efficient building. I will not say a green building, because in government terminology, it's more of an energy efficient building rather than a green building. It's just different terminologies that the government and the private sector usage. Okay, and also under the smart cities, initially the plan was that all the buildings which come up in that smart city will be energy efficient, if not certified green building. So these were the policies which government of India had in mind to push energy efficient and green building. So what are the different technologies or instruments which are prevalent in today's world to enhance um, energy efficiency in buildings? So we have building automation systems. So this consists of certain sensors which can take care of the lighting, the HVAC, and other systems to enhance energy efficiency. Then there are real-time energy monitors, how the energy is being consumed in different places of a building. There are smart grids, there are smart meterings, there is, as I said, star-rated appliances. Then lighting systems are all being changed. Then there is rooftop solar. There are wind energy systems from where a building can draw in power, so that power is totally carbon neutral. There is no emission because of that particular power usage. Then there are certain simulation models. So before a building is actually constructed and operated, through simulation, we try and find out that, how the building energy usage can be reduced. So, if there are 10 people in this room, maybe the cooling system will come down. In a standard normal building, if there are 100 people also, the cooling system at say 22 degrees will consume the same load. If there are two people also, it will consume the same load. But in a smart or green or energy efficient building, that fluctuation will happen. So energy demand comes down. Also, as I was talking about subsidies and rebates, already a lot of governments, state governments specifically, they are giving certain incentives, tax breaks for having green buildings in place. There are also many green bonds which have come in now, and these green bonds are investing in green buildings, and that's also a way that green buildings are being promoted. There are low interest loans if the developer is applying for loan and making putting up a green building as compared to a normal building. The FAR is higher for green buildings. So these are certain things which the government is doing on their own. And of course, then there are the different certification programs, like there is LEED, there is Bureau of Energy Efficiency Star Rating, there is IGBC, there is GRIHA, different rating agencies, and they have their own set of KPIs basis which they come and they kind of certify, rate the building in their own way, so whether that is platinum or green or whatever terminology is used. And of course, there are certain professional certification codes also, which many professionals are getting in through this space. It is absolutely an upcoming area, and I'm sure the future will be even brighter uh, down the line. So if we look at some of the state-specific incentives and programs which are there, so the Orissa Renewable Energy Development Agency, it has got certain subsidies for putting up solar rooftops on residential buildings. Of course, now we also have the National Rooftop Mission. So there you get the central funding as well. Tamil Nadu is also giving subsidies for solar installations in green buildings. We have Gujarat, which is one of the front runners with respect to solar installations in green buildings and residential buildings. If you look at the landscape of India with respect to green and solar installations on buildings, possibly the western part of India, I would say, will have a higher penetration. The eastern part of India still doesn't have a very high penetration, and there are certain challenges with respect to that. So, I can speak about some examples like in West Bengal, the DISCOM. So, DISCOM is the distribution company. the DISCOM has not tied up with the central level to avail that subsidy. And why they are doing this? Because the DISCOM is predominantly coal-based. So today, if say 20% of the residential buildings, they switch to solar, the revenue of the DISCOM will be hit by 20%, and no one will really want that. So these are certain, challenges, barriers which still remain in India at a state level. And the government should actually look into this so that, solar and green buildings can be even further promoted. But if we look at the economics of green buildings, and which is actually very, very important, green buildings typically have a higher initial cost, which is very obvious, and it can be as high as 15% higher than conventional buildings. However, if you look at the payback period, depending on, of course, what kind of technologies, sensors have been put in, 3 to 5 years is what we say is optimally the payback period. So after 3 years or after 5 years, your electricity actually becomes free. And if there is a net metering in place, net metering is when you have a meter, and if you're generating more electricity, you can actually go and sell that electricity to your grid, to whoever is your distribution company. So you can actually make money. You, of course, save money, and you can actually make money also. And also with the incentives now coming in, solar fitted buildings or green buildings, whatever name you want to call it, these are actually becoming more profitable, and people actually want to do this. Of course, the small little bottlenecks which I was mentioning, that's there. The operating costs go down. Water costs also go down to a great extent, because not only on the energy side but also on the water side, green buildings will have sensors in washrooms. So there is no chance of wasting water. And beyond sensors also, there is this concept of sprinklers. So if you follow the news, you would have heard that about 6 months back there was a major water crisis in Bangalore. And the government over there had said that you have to have sensors in the hotels and commercial buildings, and you have to have sprinklers. So what sprinklers do is that there is a jet of air which comes in, so the water pressure increases. So again, less wastage of water and less water is consumed. Maintenance cost is also to some extent higher in green buildings, because maybe of the sensors which are there. The solar panels might require some kind of maintenance. So that's a bit, again, higher for green buildings and solar fitted buildings. But if you look at the long-term savings, the increased property valuations, the increased property rentals, that all maybe gives you a fair cost benefit. So the benefits are higher than the cost if you consider the entire gamut of costs and benefits. Few case studies around green buildings. So the Gridco office in Bhubaneswar, it is an example. It is actually designed as a net zero energy building. And it is also, it showcases the commitment of the Orissa state government towards sustainable and green infrastructure. So this building, as expected, it has got renewable energy. It has got energy efficient designs. It has got all the advanced HVAC systems in place. It has got the building automation system, which has all these sensors. There is a good water management in place, and of course, importantly, rainwater harvesting is there. So instead of actually consuming the municipality's water, you are actually storing your own water from the rainwater, from the rain that falls. And this rainwater is then being used. So once again, reducing water consumption. And all the building materials which are used to construct this building, all of them are locally sourced. So local sourcing has got two benefits. One is, of course, the local economy grows, and secondly, reduction on the transportation cost. So you're getting it from a very long distance. The transportation costs are there. The other example of a net zero emission building is Indira Paryavaran Bhavan in New Delhi, and it was actually the first net zero building in India. This is the headquarters of Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, MOEFCC. And once again, this building also has all those features. So energy efficiency, renewable energy, water management. It is certified by GRIHA as a 5-star green building. And importantly, this building reduces about 70% energy as compared to a similar conventional building. So that's a lot of reduction of energy. The Infosys campus in Hyderabad, that's also designated as a net zero building. And also this has those essential features. It has got renewable energy, energy efficiency, energy management, water management, and this is certified by LEED. So of course, as a whole, as a community, as individuals, we do play a role in India's journey towards net zero, and also as climate conscious citizens. I'm sure we all want to reduce our waste, recycle, conserve energy, build green buildings. Of course, we are not building, but our offices, our residential apartments, all can be in more energy efficient buildings, and of course, using sustainable resources. So thank you very much. Please, any questions you have?
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this insightful session. My name is Pratyusha Krishnaswamy. I'm a second-year student pursuing MBA in Urban Management and Governance. So, ma'am, my question to you is, while we are on the road for sustainability and we are looking at making buildings green, so how do we maintain a balance between the inclusivity aspect and sustainability when we think of the future? Like you mentioned that when we have green buildings, there's a higher maintenance cost, and even there's an increase in the property's value and rental of the region. So how do we include the different segments of the economy in this aspect?
Right, thanks. So the first part of your question, which deals with the economics. So as I also mentioned, if you look at the long term, initially, of course, the capital cost is higher. And then you also have the maintenance cost, which is higher for green buildings. But if you do the entire cost benefit, the benefits outweigh the cost. Because the operation cost, like the energy cost, water cost, these go down significantly. And also the government gives tax breaks, and one can get a higher rental. So economically, it makes sense. Of course, that initial hit has to be taken. That is true for any new technology. Why only in buildings? In any industry you go, if there is a new technology being introduced, that initial cost has to be there, and the government always tries to support through low cost loans or tax breaks. So that's something which needs to be looked into. And the second part, which is including the socially underprivileged in this kind of a journey. So the very concept of sustainability or mitigation of climate change is very inclusive. To think about it, it is not the rich who actually get hit by climate change. It is always the underprivileged, the marginalized sections who get hit. So today, if a cyclone happens, people who are living in buildings, they might just suffer from 2 hours of power cut. But people who are living in slums, they will lose the roof over their heads. So, overall, the concept of sustainability is about taking everyone along. And very nicely, you have demonstrated the UN goals out here. So, even the UN goals, all the goals, you have only given, I see that the urban related goals out here, but all the goals, if you see, the very basis of these goals is inclusivity, and it does not talk about the privileged sections of society, because as such they are already they are already armed to fight climate change. Climate change will not make too much of a difference in their lives. Of course, if cities are washed away, goes under the sea, that's a different story. But smaller events which happen, that's not going to harm them. In Bangalore also, this water scarcity, the rich were living their own lives. Maybe they were shelling out some more money to buy expensive water. But they were fine. I didn't see that any of the hotels shut down or the hotel said that we are not getting people because there is no water. They were all fine. It was the people who are down the line, bottom of the society, they were the ones who were suffering. They were not able to afford the water. So if you are saving water, if you are saving energy, if you are reducing the impact of climate change, you are reducing global warming, in a sense, you are actually helping them out. You're helping out the future generations. You're helping the poor sections of society. Specifically for green buildings, I do not have an answer to your question that how underprivileged can be included in green buildings, because green buildings as a concept is not for underprivileged. It is, as I said, even residential buildings today, you will not find too many. It's all corporates, the bigger corporates, they have their policies. They want to get into green buildings. They want to have their offices in nice places. So when customers, clients walk in, they can say, wow, you have a net zero building, net zero office. So specifically this concept, I do not really have an answer to your question, but I do hope that one day we see a future where everyone lives in green buildings. And as Mr. Moitra was saying about the low-cost housing and the HIG, I would want to see even the LIG is a green building, and we are all having a kind of if not same, at least similar lifestyle, that will maybe erase out so much differences in the communities, the status of people. A very interesting example, maybe this is not related. When USSR was there, Yugoslavia, I don't know if you guys are much younger, in that country, it was such an equal society that in an apartment, in a building complex, the driver and the owner of the car could live in side by side, apartments. And that was a case study, it was oft quoted when we were in college. But of course, now the world is moving towards capitalism, and we don't get to see such equality in society. And two of the major democracies in the world, USA and India, we are possibly the most equal societies. And if you do the Gini coefficient, you will see how much unequal we are, but we can't do really anything around it. We can, of course, do our bit to reduce climate change, the climate disruptions. Yes, sir.
First one is a comment. The second one is a question. The comment is, commenting on Pratyusha's question about the poorer sections. You see, when we talk about green building, we are talking about the buildings which are officially rated as green. But if we look at the vernacular architecture, the buildings which had been built by people for generations, and where most of the people in traditional towns or in the rural areas live, those are actually very green. We don't officially, rate them as green buildings, but they would qualify or beat the LEED ratings, official LEED ratings any day. And even so-called, a brick building, normal brick building has got very high level of insulation, but those are not rated. So green building has a...
As long as Deloitte, I cannot answer to your question. When I retire from Deloitte, I'll agree with you.
I know that. The second was a question. The second is a question. It's that, we do you think is a reason? What can be done to improve that?
So actually, if you look at the Indian landscape, the corporates, if you look at, now SEBI has this regulation of BISR, I'm sure everyone would have heard about it. So other than those top listed 100 companies, 200 companies, no one is really doing anything on ESG. It is always the regulatory push which comes and then Indian companies do it. Now, coming to green bonds, even RBI has they've come out with this statement saying that I think 5%. I don't remember the percentage. A certain percentage of what the bank is doing has to go into green bonds or at least financing green infrastructure because that's the way the government can see that they're actually pushing green. Now, the question is why corporates don't want to do green. Firstly, green is new. There is a high chance of failure, and corporates are here to make money. That's the bottom line. You can't beat that. So unless corporate, yes, I put in loud enough, I think the mic is not working properly. So unless the corporate knows that yes, I put in money, I'll make a healthy 12% IRR from this, they will not be interested. If government goes behind them with a stick, then they will say, okay, I'm putting in money. But otherwise, they will not be interested. And green in India is very new. The returns are not that high. Even though on pen and paper, we put very nice rosy figures. In practice, green returns are not high. Even if you look at, there was a set of mutual funds launched, ESG mutual funds. Those of you who follow the share market will be knowing. These bonds, these mutual funds were supposed to give higher returns because, they were environmentally, socially much better than the rest. But if you look at their performance, they have performed about 12 to 13%, whereas the rest of mutual funds, some of them high as 20. So who will put in the money into this? Why? I mean, corporates don't have any need to experiment. They are not here to save the world. They want to make their own money and go back home. So, sir, that's possibly a reason why green infrastructure has not taken off, to that extent in India. It's only where the government is putting in its hand and saying that you have to do it, you have to do BRSR reporting, you have to do an assurance. It's only then the corporates are doing something. And some of the corporates like Reliance or Mahindra, they are doing this majorly because there are investors who are invested in this company and to see that the company is doing fairly something, if not very well, at least doing something around ESG. But other than that, a corporate needs to be convinced that I need my returns or I need my branding or there is a regulatory push. Other than this, they will never put in money. That's the major reason.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes.
I'm Parma Sen, a second year student. My question is, as you said that green building is for corporates or buildings which have multiple occupiers. What is the hassle regarding operation cost or maintenance cost if I am implementing it in a single unit, single dwelling unit or houses?
It is the economies of scale. If you put it in a single dwelling house, the initial capital cost will be so high that your recovery, your payback will be possibly more than 10 years. But if you put it in a bigger unit, where there are more occupiers or the floor space is higher, your payback will be lower. That is the only difference. And an individual like a family, who's living in a residential unit, will not want to put in so much capital cost as it is. The house is so expensive. You again increase the cost by 15%, and that also, it is not a prevailing practice in India. So someone can have a very beautiful, say, sandalwood bed in the house because that's a prevailing practice. You go to some relative's house, you see a beautiful bed or a very expensive TV, huge TV. that's a prevailing practice, and we are used to seeing that, okay, if I put this up, I can get to watch the cinema in the house instead of going to the hall. But the green building is totally new. I mean, if you go back and ask your parents that, okay, today I'm going to put in sensors in the house, they will be like, what, have you gone crazy or something? Who has told you all this? That will be a very normal response. And also, once it becomes a prevailing practice in the country or even in your region, in your area, then more and more people will think, okay, so she's done this and she's actually saving so much, so why not me? So that factor also has to come in, which is absolutely not there in India. Otherwise, there is no hassle as such. The concept remains the same. If whether you do it for a smaller one, bigger one, remains the same. It's just that your payback will vary.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. Thank you for the valuable insight. My name is Manashini Sahu. I'm a second year student of MBA.
Can be a bit louder, please.
Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Manashini Sahu. I'm the second year student of Urban Management and Governance. Thank you for your valuable insights. My question to you is, sometimes we notice the issues regarding climate change is also affecting the economic growth. It slowed down the economic growth. So what could be the possible most effective or possible strategies that businesses or startups could take to prevent or keep a balance between these climate change issues or climate change mitigations and economic growth?
Right. So I will start off with an example of a bank. So when a bank is lending, the bank really doesn't have 100% control on where that unit is being set up. Of course, they are appraising the document and then lending the funds, but they really do not have a control on where they are setting up that particular facility or how they are operating it. So suppose the bank has lent and this facility has been set up somewhere, say in a coastal region. And after a few months, there has been a cyclone. The facility is shut down. So what happens? The bank is unable to recover its loan, its dues. So the bank's business is it. So what can the bank do in this particular situation? One which banks have started doing in many parts of the world, I won't say so much in India, is that they are doing a physical risk study. So banks typically do two kinds of risk studies. One is physical, one is transition. So under physical risk study, what they do is they assess that if the unit is being set up in a coastal zone or wherever, what is the probability of a climatic disaster striking there? So maybe a cyclone, what intensity, in how many years, how many cyclones, and if that happens, for how many days the unit remains closed. If it is closed, then how much of the loan the bank will not recover or the recovery time will be elongated. That is the physical study which they are doing. And then there is a transition study which they are doing. So transition risk is typically any risk arising because of change in policy or some other macroeconomic factors. So to give you an example, today someone is importing, say, coal from Australia. And tomorrow the government in Australia changes and they say that we are against coal mining, we want to be green. So we stop exporting coal. So what happens to this unit? Does this unit have a backup plan to replace that imported Australian coal? Does this unit have the provision to use some other kind of fuel? So these kind of studies banks are doing before they lend. Of course, not in India, but in many other parts of the world. For manufacturing units, see, service sector per se is not that much hit by climatic events till date, whatever has been happening. Manufacturing is another area which is hit by climatic events. So what manufacturing units do is they try and take care of their basic facilities. So they will have, say, power backup, they will have some water backup, They will have some provisions to take care, if the workers are injured or, they are unable to come to work. So, some maybe temporary dwellings. That is what they are doing within their premises. But in India, at least, there is no such, I would say, there is no such organized planning, disaster planning. By private sector. As of now, they've not done it. Of course, the government is doing it. I won't say very organized, but yes, government is doing it. The government of Orissa, for example, they've done a very interesting study to see how the power infrastructure here in this state can be made disaster resilient. So if a disaster strikes, what is the probability of the disaster striking? What intensity is the disaster? What could be the damages? And then what is the recovery plan? And then finally, how the infrastructure itself can be made resilient. So maybe an example could be, instead of overhead, wires of electricity, the cables, you have underground wires, so that if there is a major cyclone, if then the wires are at least not hit. Then, drainage infrastructure that needs to work properly, so that flooding or waterlogging doesn't happen. The government is doing this quite seriously in many parts of India, but private sector still hasn't started to that extent.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Sarita Rautre, a second year student of MBA in Urban Management and Governance. My question to you is, what are the innovative financing models that are available in the market to support the development or scaling up of net zero emission buildings?
So these instruments, I won't say are specific to buildings, but these are, general for all kinds of green infrastructure. So if I start with the government part, so government has tax incentives, subsidies, rebates, all of that is there, tax breaks. Uh, then there are green bonds. Many banks, as part of the central bank, so like in India, it is Reserve Bank of India. Say in Bangladesh, it is the Bangladesh Bank. All these central banks, they have given a mandate to other banks, rest of the banks, that a certain portion, some X percentage of your portfolio has to go into green, and that is called priority sector lending. So this lending is typically done at, I think, a percentage less than the conventional lending. So if you're lending to an industry at 8%, for green sector, it will be 7%. So priority sector lending is another very important instrument. The other one is, if you've heard about GCF, it is a global fund. And I don't know if any of you have heard about CDM, Clean Development Mechanism, which was there, which ended in 2012. So GCF is somewhat similar to that. If a private or a public sector unit, they have a green project in place, and there are certain criteria to prove that it is green. It has to be green, as well as it has to be socially inclusive. If that can be proven, then about 70% of the capital cost can be, they will be, funding 70% of your capital cost. So in India, the arm of GCF is NABARD. I'm not sure if you've heard about NABARD. So NABARD is a financing institute, and they are more into rural and agricultural, financing. GCF is another very important mechanism or instrument, whatever you call it. There are other also, very innovative, very niche kind of instruments, like, cooperatives. There was an initiative in India, I forget in which part of India, where, they had formed small cooperatives, and they were trying to set up biogas plants. So biogas is methane, and that is obtained from, cow dung, any kind of waste excreta of any animal. So they were forming cooperatives. So maybe, 20 people together or 20 families together, they plan to set up this unit. So they will pull in funding together, and they will have this unit. And, the benefits is shared again between all of them. So there are various innovative instruments like this. Then now with the startup, ecosystem coming into place, there are a lot of angel investing, VC investing, funding in these kind of startups. In fact, since you people are into urban, you can Google and see there are so many startups in this green space, green urban space, and they are getting very good funding. And contrary to the fact that they say that startups do not become successful beyond a point, these startups, of course, most of them have a tech kind of linkage. They have been successful, and they are there for I would say now 5+, 6+ years, and they are still doing well. So that's a very interesting space, and for young people, freshers like you, you can actually explore this space. Startup green infra kind of place with a linkage to technology. So these are some of the instruments.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Sri Dipali Mahandi, a first year MBA, a first year student of MBA Urban Management and Governance. Thank you for your valuable insights. And my question to you is, how can green buildings can be adapted to local climates and culture to maximize their effectiveness and also their community acceptance? And like you have given the example of Odisha, can you give more example on this?
So green buildings as such, if you look at the technical features, in any case, they are adapted to a certain kind of climate. I'll come to the community bit later on. So if it is in a very hot, humid place, the cooling and the dehumidification will be higher. Whereas if it is in a colder place, the heating, the HVAC, what we call it, the heating will be stronger. And in both cases, the insulation remains same, because you cannot allow the heat to go out or come in. Then other features like daylight coming in instead of using these electric lights. I really do not know of any major variance in green building features from place to place. Of course, if you're talking about North Pole now, where there is sunlight for 6 months, I'm not aware of any green building there, nor do I know of any innovation in green buildings over there. But rest of the world, where we can assume more or less a 9 to 10 hours of daylight, the features remain same. Technically the features remain same. There isn't much change in the features. On the community bit, this is actually a very interesting question, and I don't think anyone has ever asked me this question, or anyone has ever even thought about this. The community acceptance. See, in cities, the apartments that we live in generally, those are not very, I would say, those are not very localized. A building, a normal building, let's talk about a normal building. A normal building which you would see in, say, Delhi, you would see a similar building in Kolkata and maybe a similar building in Chennai. Maybe the flat area will be lesser depending on the prices of the buildings, but otherwise the building as such will be same. Now, mostly green buildings we talk about in urban areas, not in rural areas. So in urban areas, we know it will be a 3 BHK, 2 BHK. It's a very standard thing. And see, green building will not have any difference in the outlook of the building. It will be only certain sensors, features fitted within the building. So as such, I don't think there should be a problem with community acceptance. That should not be, definitely in urban areas. In rural areas, that remains a question whether, firstly, people want to shift to this kind of apartment, the kind of apartment living that is happening in urban areas. Rural area, first of all, doesn't have that kind of an apartment living. So I do not know, the first step has to be that kind of an apartment buildings have to come up in rural areas. Only after that, we can think of green buildings, because that first step, acceptance has to be there. No more questions? Okay, one more. And how? That's actually the easier part of them, because this infrastructure is mostly owned by government. And if all the examples I showed are the which is of course a kind of they want to showcase it to international visitors. Buildings till date in India, whatever has been designated as net zero, are all government buildings. It's an easier thing, no, because the government wants to showcase India as net zero. So the government buildings can be all made net zero. And if you look at government other infrastructure also, like their buses, their cars, they've switched to electric. So that's more easier. The more difficult thing is changing the mindset of corporates. See, government is typically not there to make money. Of course, they have to make money to run the country, but they are not looking at ki I have given 100, I need 112 rupees. I don't care about the rest. Government is more about, I want my country to be cleaner, the people taken care of, all those things. So, government infrastructure, public spaces, if you look at a lot of airports, metro stations, already government is doing this. It is not that they are not doing, they have already started doing this. A lot of stadiums, where they are putting in all these features, they are already doing it. In fact, this Bhopal example, which I was giving, in Bhopal also, the smart city office itself is net zero. But they've not been able to do it with other private spaces. Government, it's a much easier thing, because government will give you this much of money, the departments will go and change their buildings. It ends there. It doesn't have any individual mindset, individual capital cost. And government will not see that, okay, my capital cost is 15% higher. What is my benefit? Why should I do this? Government will not look at that. Government broadly has an understanding that if I do green buildings, my energy, water demand comes down. I can do it for the welfare of the country, so government will do it. So that's a much easier part, and that's already being taken care of. And not only in India, globally also, if you see in a lot of developing countries also, by the way, they're already doing it. They're already doing it. The problem lies with the corporates and the individuals. Yes, ma'am.
Just for information, there are people, maybe very, very few, up to any percentage also, but more and more, yes, a little bit of the upper middle class, I would say, in India, is definitely getting sensitized to this. And I do have people checking with me, for example, if I want to make my building a little more green, what do I do? Individual residential buildings I'm talking about. The issue that one has identified is that you don't have a repository or a place where you go and find these are all my possibilities. What bank at a cheaper rate, or what are the technical. For example, simple example would be that in Bhubaneswar, I've had 5 people asking me, how do I do a 2-pipe system so that I can recycle my water? I can't find a single engineer who will teach them that. I had to find a retired engineer who had, at some point worked on it himself, and they suggest. So it is simply, I think, ecosystem for this needs to be also developed. Is there anybody, because you're working in this space, is education or people or a group, NGO, some kind of unit, which is actually trying to look at this from an ecosystemic approach, saying that, if a person XYZ wants to look at it, then this is the ecosystem they should be in, what they know. Second is, we recently had some shopping sure, by an organization which was looking at this. That's actually well, energy efficient buildings. They didn't call it net zero. And again, the question of they were working with architecture students, and the question is, what is the complete value chain change required for any professional today to actually implement any kind of a net zero or a energy efficient building, starting from building materials to the availability of them in the local market, the manufacturers changing. And they did actually a very interesting, had 3 workshops, one with the market players, one with the students, and one with sort of academics and professionals working in the space from government and others. But this question of how do we actually identify the entire value chain, what needs to be changed, nobody has done these exercises, and so is there some kind of a hub or unit which is actually doing so that, one could direct these questions at them and saying, okay, look at this, people are interested.
So our I'm frankly I am not aware of any such entity who's doing this at the level you're talking about. But for the larger developers, the larger builders who are building, bigger buildings, they of course have their ecosystem. But when it comes down to the smaller size, like someone is saying that I want to do a building, I am afraid there is still not much help available in India. Neither on the ground level. So as you said, engineers, plumbers, the skilled labor, they don't know, they are at a loss because unfortunately, that is the green skilling, that is a major gap which is there in India. And government though is focusing a lot on say policy, regulations, financing, technology, knowledge transfer, but this skill bit is something which we are majorly lacking in India. So unfortunately, the answer to the first one is no. I don't think there is anyone who can give you, and these are very simple answers, you just do this or do that, very simple things. Yes, it needs to be there in an organized place, and someone and people should be aware. Like, you go to this website and you will get to know about this. So, energy efficiency, we know that Bureau of Energy Efficiency, you go to the site, you will know these are the schemes, this is what, this is that. But green buildings, no, that's still not there. And even if it is there, it is totally unknown to anyone because even I, being in this field, I also know about that. And it is only for the big. They will give the to a big consultant, and they will give all the ideas. But the on-ground implementation at this small level, that is, ma'am, yes, you are very right. That is totally missing. So even if someone wants to do it, you cannot actually go and do it because that knowledge is also not there. And there's no one to do it also. So that's a gap which exists.
So the following question would be that if there is, let's say, a group that is interested in doing it, like there's an architecture school which is interested in thinking about a curriculum change completely, but they need to do this background exercises before they can even think of it, maybe get other schools together, the Council of Architecture together. And there are people who are talking to me. Would there be any interest in anybody actually giving them the kind of a little bit of resources to actually do that research, to take this up on a larger scale, to scale it up to in a way that they affect impact the ecosystem so that the whole thing shifts a bit towards sustainability? Because
I'm
that's
sure
the other question they ask me.
there should be. That is a yes. That answer should be yes because the corporates who are actually, recruiting this kind of engineers or whatever, skilled people, they will need this, and they will be definitely, they will be interested to fund this kind of an academic activity. Yes, for sure. In fact, the bigger developers also will be interested because it also opens up a new business case for them. So yes, the second answer is definitely yes.
That's hopeful.
And in fact, I was reading somewhere, there is a startup, or at least someone is thinking of, starting this kind of a course. So, and that person has received some kind of interest from funding agencies, also VCs and angel investors. So I'm sure this will
I hope so.
get a lot of interest. Yes.
Yeah, because if you're talking about net zero buildings, you need the entire building
Absolutely. Absolutely.
ecosystem.
Absolutely.
Sorry, I took a lot of time.
Ma'am, I request you to be please seated on the dais. Thank you, ma'am. Your words have given us much to reflect upon. Now, as a token of appreciation, I would like to request Professor Dhruvi Mazumdar to kindly present a memento to Ms. Amrita Ganguly for her time and insights. Thank you, ma'am, for doing the honors. We will take a break for lunch and we'll gather back at ICT Seminar Hall 4 at 2 p.m. for the third session of the day. We request all of you to proceed towards the ICT dining hall for lunch. Thank you. The students, please sit back a moment. afternoon, everyone. We hope that your lunch was delightful, and let's begin our session again with the third speaker of the day, Mr. Amit Gupta, founder of the Repro. So please come on the dais. I request Professor Paul to please welcome Mr. Amit Gupta.
Thank you, Lakshika. I'm very delighted to introduce our guest for this session, Mr. Amit Gupta, founder of Repro, a reputed management agency focused on public relation, public affairs and advocacy, content and social media management. He's been corporate communication and public affairs professional for nearly about 2 decades. He started his career with Discovery Channel and followed by Coca-Cola India. Mr. Gupta has also worked with leading public relations and advocacy agencies and consultant clients such as Samsung, KPMG, Cambridge International Examination, etc. He was invited as the emerging leader programs of the UK-India Prime Minister Summit in 2022 in London. So please give a warm welcome to Mr. Amit Gupta for his participation for this session. So I think it would be a very insightful session for all of us. Thank you, Mr. Gupta.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Am I audible? Okay, great. So I have the job of keeping you all awake after lunch, so cooperate. I'm also going to pivot. You all are urban development, urban planning professionals. I know nothing about it, right? I know zero about any of these things. I've only learned whatever I learned from the two eminent speakers who were there before me. So I'm going to completely speak what I know. I left my corporate job 3 years ago and I gave up many things. One of the things I gave up was PPT making. So I don't have a presentation also, right? I also want this to be an interactive session. So ask as many questions as you want to while I'm speaking. Just interject, raise your hands. Don't wait for me to finish. If something comes to your mind, just raise your hand and we'll have a conversation. Can I use the other mic? Is that okay? I can walk around. Yeah. Okay. Great. So look, whatever I've understood from my conversations with you all, I was in touch with Bipasha. I met some of you last evening. I picked up some keywords. So urban future, innovation, inclusion, sustainability, urban governance, management, all of that. And I thought, what is it that I could talk to you which will add some value, right? I don't think I'm a subject matter expert, and your teachers do a great job in telling you about all of these things. If I repeated all of that, it'll be boring. Some of you might sleep. It will curse me later. He came and gave some gyan, which is not relevant. So I'll try and make it different and help me do that. So I'm going to touch upon three things, right? And by profession, I'm a branding guy. I'm also a storyteller in the sense that, PR, public policy is like storytelling. We build narratives. So I will tell you real life stories from each of those three domains to make it slightly more real for you, right? Otherwise, it will be gyan, right? I thought I'll pick up sustainability. I'll talk about that. Um, I'll talk about public policy. Sustainability, public policy, and crisis communication in that order. And at the end of every sort of section, if you have any questions, we can go into that. Um, very early in my career, I had the privilege of listening to a guy called Robert Swan. How many of you have heard of him? No. So Robert Swan is the first man who walked to North Pole and South Pole, right? Like big guy, guy, and he's now a motivational speaker, but he was earlier a mountaineer. So in that talk, he said something which I heard about 19 years back and it has stayed with me. He said, the greatest threat to our planet is the belief that somebody else will save it, right? So we all believe that, look, this is somebody else's job. The government will do it, the municipal commissioner will do it, the prime minister will do it, the health minister will do it. But the fact is, it's a shared responsibility, right? All of us have got to do it. Now, I don't think I need to tell you what is sustainability. All of you know it better than what I do. But I want to table a couple of very quick points. I think sustainability has, like a lot of other things, has been relegated to celebration that happens on a particular day. So World CSR Day, World Environment Day, Water Conservation Day. That is when we all wake up and we put up a nice LinkedIn post, or we organize an event in our college, or we do something where we live in our housing societies. So, these have become periodic events that we discuss on particular days. And the sustainability narrative is often in response to things like Millennium Development Goals, sustainability goals. It's become a response. It has ceased to become proactive action. And the reason for this is only one, is that nobody has been able to make a business case for sustainability. If someone told you that if you did things in a sustainable manner, you would do it profitably, you would make money, then people would start to do it, right? Correct? Am I right? Are you with me? Yeah. So I think businesses have to become sustainable, and sustainability has to become a business. This has to happen on both ways. Now, again, this will sound a little esoteric, so I'm going to give you an example. Sometime in 2004, I used to work with a beverage company, right? And the company where Tushar works, I will not take the name. This beverage company faced a very big crisis in 2004. Any idea? Anyone has heard about this crisis? The pesticide controversy, right? What happened was, back in those days, all of the bottling plants were in rural areas, right? And because they were in rural areas, an organization which was a non-profit, again, I'll not name the organization, it's all there on the web. An organization went and did a survey. Look, we are finding pesticide residue in Coca-Cola and PepsiCo. Sorry, I've taken the name, so that's fine. Yeah. It became a big controversy, right? Along with this, because the plants were in rural areas and some of the big farmers lost their laborers to these factories. So if I'm a big farmer, let's say in UP, and a plant came up, all my laborers said, thank you, Amit Gupta. Now you know my boss. I would rather go and work in a factory, fixed wages, fixed working hours, and they are my new bosses. So I was also annoyed with Coca-Cola. And the organization, not just Coca-Cola, but even PepsiCo, they started to be targeted. And the rhetoric grew so much that plants in Jaipur and one plant in Kerala had to be shut down. When I still remember, because it was a start of my career, there was a plant in Plachimada in Kerala, there was a plant in Kala in Jaipur, the plants down. And Coca-Cola had 40 plants, they were down to 38. So it became a real issue, right? The Central Groundwater Board gave them summons and said, listen, you guys are not doing ethical stuff. This is not sustainable. The groundwater levels are going down. Farmers don't have water for their crops, and you're making soft drink out of it, right? Now, if this narrative had continued, you and I would not have been having Coca-Cola today because they would have been booted out of the country the second time, correct? But here is a turnaround story that all of you must know. And what I'm going to touch upon is not the story, but how a solution-centric approach changed the narrative for the organization. So every week, rather every day, me and my bosses, we used to make rounds of Ministry of Water Resources, Central Groundwater Board, to be doing what is called uh, advocacy now, but it was lobbying then. It was government relations then. We used to be trying to manage media. And until one day when we had done some 30 meetings with Central Groundwater Board and walking out. So one of the persons who was a government guy, he became like a friend. So he also walked out because we'd been in discussions with them for weeks altogether, and we'd had lunches and coffees together. So he became like an ally, like a friend. So in the parking, when we were leaving, he told us, look, you've been accused of being water guzzlers, right? People are saying you are consuming gallons of water. The water table is going down. Why don't you do something to give back water? Right? Simple suggestion. On our way back to office, we said, yeah, this makes sense. We should give back water. I'll stop the story here, but here is what Coca-Cola did. Coca-Cola adopted rainwater harvesting. Tushar might know this, given that he works here, but rainwater harvesting became the hallmark of Coca-Cola. It almost became a second business. They did so many rainwater harvesting projects with schools, colleges, housing societies, wherever Coke would put its foot, they would do a rainwater harvesting project. Now, can anyone tell me why were they doing this? I mean, that is an obvious, but anyone who wants to, yeah, okay, but how? So here is the 1 year of rainwater harvesting. They did a simple math, which said we consumed X gallons of water. We gave back through rainwater harvesting X plus whatever gallons of water. Our net contribution to Mother Earth, to India, to Bharat is these many gallons of water. Now look at how they flip the narrative. A beverage company consuming gallons of water every flips the narrative on sustainability by investing in sustainability. So the point I'm making is that sustainability is not conversation to be had on June 5th, World Environment Day. It is not a conversation for conferences. It is not a conversation that you have to have on specific days. Sustainability must become business, and business must become sustainability. That is how it becomes real for you. So that was my piece on sustainability. Any questions? Anything that you want to add? Uh, the other piece I want to touch upon is public policy or public affairs. Anyone who wants to tell me what is public affairs? What is your understanding of public policy? Why do we have this function? Anyone, feel free. I mean, every answer is a right answer. There are no wrong answers. Yeah, go on.
And that maybe citizens aware of their right.
Fair. Okay, makes sense. Anyone else? So, when I started my career, there was nothing as public policy or public affairs. We had the organizations I joined, there were designations like Director Government Relations, right? The work that they did used to be called lobbying, which means they were chasing someone to get some work done. And the method could be anything from giving a gift to him on his son's birthday to passing on a certain commission or to taking or maybe to taking him out for a fancy dinner at some 5-star restaurant. That was lobbying, and that was government relations. Now in the last 2 decades, all of us have heard terms like advocacy, right? We have heard lobbying is long gone, government relations is long gone, but public policy, public affairs, advocacy, these are the keywords that we are hearing. And for anyone who aspires to work with the government or in the government, there is one fundamental thing that you have to understand. And that is a mantra that you cannot not afford to know if you are wanting to build yourself into a public policy or a public affairs professional. Government has um, two responsibilities. I mean, two big challenges or responsibilities. Anybody wants to just say, what is the biggest pressure on government? Okay, fair, good point. Yeah. Public welfare, okay. Okay, so looking after okay, following the popular opinion, right? Doing the popular thing, right? Government cannot one day say, look, I'm making a flyover here, and therefore XIM University should cease to exist. ऐसा नहीं हो सकता, right? They have to do what is the popular thing to do, okay?
Public welfare and economic growth.
Yeah, okay. Okay, fair. So all right answers. The government sits in a fairly tight spot. It's got to balance between two situations. One, do the popular thing, do the right thing. Okay, and I'll repeat this and think this in your head, how difficult this is. Do the popular thing, otherwise people like us will vote them out. Elections, or we went on social media. But while doing the popular thing, it also has to be the right thing, right? So this is the task that is resting with the government. And then on the other side, we have the private sector. Okay, what does private sector want? I once met a government official. First through a connection. I had spoken to a friend of mine who knew this person, and therefore I got this meeting. He made me sit for good 45 minutes to an hour, and when there were some people in the office, he almost acted as if he did not even know me. He didn't even acknowledge me. He would have passed by 5 times. And then he waited for the lunch to happen so that all the staff went away. And that is when he quickly brought me in the room. Right? He also later apologized. And he told me something very profound. He said, look, don't mind me doing this. Okay? You don't come with one problem. You come with 3 problems. You're private, you're for profit, and then you're a foreign company. Right? So this is a triple whammy. A lot of you land jobs in private companies, will be for-profit companies. They also might be foreign companies. It's a triple whammy, right? Will you think of welfare all the time? Will you think of charitable giving all the time? Will you think of Bharat all the time? You will not, right? And then you will want to engage with government, who has the task of doing the right thing, the more popular thing. Now imagine the divide. So anyone wanting to step into public policy or public affairs really has to open their eyes and ears to these unsaid, unspoken, unthought realities. And let me now bring in one example to sort of make this clearer. Sometime in 2016, I used to work for a education company. I spent my last decade working for education companies. So, and amongst other things, we used to also make text, right? English, science, maths, textbooks. One day there was a new education minister, a lady who really had no ministerial experience, so to say, and she became the HRD minister. Those in education ministry used to be HRD ministry. And the next day there was a government order which said schools across the country will from next session follow only NCERT textbooks. How many of you have read NCERT textbooks? And how many of you have read textbooks published by Oxford, Cambridge, McGraw-Hill, Macmillan, Pearson, Ratna Sagar, MBD, yeah, Gulmohar Reader, yeah, all of that. Is there a difference between the two books? Yeah, but again, this lady said nothing doing. Don't read that 250 ka book. Read this 50 rupee book, and this will take you to IIT and Massachusetts or wherever. And it became a government order. Like CBSE issued orders to schools, and obviously education companies like mine worried. This is end of the road for us, right? If everyone starts to read the NCERT book, then we are done. We're like finished. We should wrap up and we should go home. But the next 8 months, the order got reversed, right? The order was reversed by the same lady. Now, what happened in those 8 months is a public affairs case study, right? What did we do in 8 months to enable a shift in her mindset? So, a combination of public affairs, narrative building, public relations as a strategy was deployed by publisher and education associations to bring about this needle shift, right? We built arguments in favor of multidisciplinary learning. Now, imagine if all of us had studied the same books, would we have a different thought process? I mean, I'm sure some of you went to state board schools, some of you went to public schools, some of you went to convents, some of you went to vernacular or language medium schools, right? Sarvodayas or Kendriya Vidyalayas. And there, or maybe some of you went to Cambridge or IB schools, international schools. And therefore, we are products of different schools of thought. Now, imagine if all of us had studied only one textbook through our K-12 journey. We were taught one kind of syllabus. What kind of diversity or what kind of uniqueness would we carry when we came out into work lives, right? So, as public policy professionals, we started to build these narratives and table them secretaries in the education ministry. We also started to educate media editors and education writers that look, this is the problem this country will face if all of us have a uniform set of textbooks or learning material. So in about 8 months, I think people realized that there were researches, there was evidence, there was data to back the theory that this cannot sustain, and hence the order was rolled back. So this was my point about public policy and advocacy, that you have to, as a policy professional, you have to be able to build narratives that align with a futuristic thought process while it is still for larger public good. So that's on policy. The one point I want to make about public policy is that, often we as individuals think that we are consumers of good governance. And what we fail to understand is that you have to be participants and co-creators of good governance. Good governance will happen if you see something wrong and put it out on Twitter. If it gets rectified the next day, that is good governance. That is when you have been a participant. Otherwise, you're wanting to be a consumer of good governance. So I would encourage all of you to become creators and participants of good governance. The third theme I want to pick up is crisis. How many of you have heard of this term called VUCA? VUCA. Yeah. What does it stand for? Okay. Let me ask someone new. Okay. Go on.
Uncertainty, and C stands for changing, and A stands for
okay, yeah, I mean, you're right. U stands for uncertainty. Anyone else? You had an answer? VUCA? Okay, that's fine. So, the US Army coined this term some 30 years back. VUCA. V for volatile, for uncertain, 3 for complex, and A for ambiguous. Right? So 30 years back, they said the world is a VUCA place. It's volatile, it's unambiguous, sorry, it's uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. Right? Um, and this term was very quickly adopted by corporates to describe the world order. You know, in every board meeting, an intelligent marketing person threw this word and said, we have to prepare for the VUCA world. Some 2-3 years back, another marketeer came up with a word called, it's a Bani world, BANI. How many of you have heard of Bani, BANI? No. So anyway, it's not different from VUCA, but B is for brittle, right? A is for anxious, and Bani is more popular in the COVID context. So it's a more anxious world. Today, if you and I hear about some monkeypox happening somewhere, all of us will take notice, right? Even if 2 people die of monkeypox in some remote corner, we become anxious. So the world is a much more anxious place, right? So brittle, anxious, non-linear, and incomprehensible, right? Things are non-linear. Things are no more straightforward. And some things which are happening in today's world, this management guru said, are incomprehensible. We don't know why people are reacting the way they are reacting, right? So the world of business is complex and it's also crisis prone, right? So as students of management, whatever be your specialization, you have to prepare yourself to operate in a world that is uncertain, that is ambiguous, that is brittle, that is incomprehensible, that is anxious, right? You have to train yourself to operate in a VUCA and a Bani world. And what can cause a crisis? Any thoughts on that? What do you think can cause a crisis? When there is a shortfall. Okay. What else? Panic can cause. Okay, panic and crisis is the same thing. You know, what can be the cause for panic? Yeah. Okay, fair. Unexpected outcomes. What else? Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. So 3 things, broadly speaking, right? In the business context, right? For an organization to be in crisis, what can happen? The organization could have offended someone, right? One of its stakeholders, customer, government, right? Supplier, they could have offended someone. There could have been an accident. You know, there is a plant, there is an accident that could lead to a crisis, right? Or let's say in the context of policy, there could be a violation. Maybe some GST rules were evaded. The fire safety norms were not followed, right? And therefore there was a violation. So these are triggers for crisis. As management professionals, you have to think there is a concept of BCP in organizations. I don't know what it is currently called, but very large organizations used to do business continuity planning, BCP. And BCP was a document that was like the Bible that was always kept ready. In case something went wrong, we would refer to the BCP. It could be a different terminology for a lot of other organizations, but all organizations have a contingency plan. So as management folks, when you land into organizations, your one eye has to be prepared for crisis-like situations. And I think it's important to understand how you deal with crisis, because you like it or you don't, your departments, your organizations, or you personally, you will encounter crisis. I was telling Tushar, um, uh, I joined Coca-Cola in 2004, day one home, and that night I did not come back home, right? I came back home the next night at 10 p.m. There was no crisis, but the global CEO was coming. Instead of making it a celebration, people had made it a crisis, right? So I'm saying crisis will hit you in several forms. You have to be prepared for it. How do you prepare for a crisis? How do you prepare for a situation that you haven't envisaged? Okay. You have a BCP, you have a business contingency plan, you do some contingency planning, right? Okay. How do you react to a crisis? What is the best reaction to a crisis? Calmness. Okay, what else? But what if your stakeholder is not calm? If I'm the government and if I have seen that you have evaded GST, I'm not going to be calm. You can be very calm about it. I'm going to send you a notice. I'll say that, look, go seal the factory. They have violated all green building norms. Let's seal it. I will be calm about it.
Sir,
Okay. Such as, Mhm. Okay, and how much time would you take to get to the root cause? Let's say the crisis breaks out at 2 p.m. today, right? The press gets a wind of it, and a reporter from Times of India gives you a call and says, "Hello, ma'am, we're running a story. We have already got complaints from 3 of your workers. Their statements are with us. A passerby also told us what has happened. We have an order of yours against you in the fire department or whatever department. I want your comment." So, how much time will you take to build a strategy and think about it and react? Because the story will be out in a matter of hours on the web. Next day's headline also will be in print.
sir, sir, so most usually companies have a crisis management team in place. For example, when the Boeing incident happened and the press had taken over, had taken over all of the news, and that's when the crisis management team of Boeing had taken up charge during that time.
Okay. Look, I'll tell you what, most businesses do not have a department called crisis communication. There's one organization which has a department running 24/7, which is called mitigation planning, crisis communication. A, a large part of our businesses are not wired to even think about crisis, forget solving a crisis, right? And therefore, as managers, I assure you, you will see crisis in your departments, in your teams, in your organizations within the first quarter, within the first 6 months, within the first year. It will happen. It's a given, right? And therefore, it's very important to know how you deal with the crisis. And let me give you two examples now. Okay. Unfortunately, I don't have an example in urban planning. I work largely with education companies, so I'm going to give you two examples of how crisis even emanates, how it even starts. So I used to work for a edtech company, and we were pitching for a very large tender to an affiliate department of Ministry of Education, right? This was this was all just after the first wave of COVID had subsided. E-learning had taken off. Online learning was very big, and edtechs had become very big, right? All of these big companies, Upgrad, Coursera, Byju's, right? And we were making a pitch presentation to the government. In the course of the presentation, we were asked, "What is your national presence?" Right? So our national presence was one city, Gurgaon, right? But then, given that we can't tell the government that we're only present in Gurgaon, that too in one sector with pivotal space of seats. So we put an India map, right? We put an India map and put several dots in it, affiliates, partners, to show our presence. Just when we were moving to the other slide after the India map, the guy on the government side said, "Okay, stop." We thought he has a question. His question was, "Why have you propped up the state of Jammu and Kashmir? Have you all seen the global map of Jammu and Kashmir? The India map of Jammu and Kashmir? And have you seen the difference or no? Yeah, POK and China occupied Kashmir are not in the global maps. India maps, if you pick up the atlas, Oxford Atlas in India, you will see a different map. We put the global map, right? And when he tried to ask for a clarification, somebody on our side debated. Okay, that presentation stopped that very moment. Next day, the company received a legal notice because it was an official government presentation. They had seen it. 15 other people on their side had seen it. They could not have let it go by, right? There are laws for it. You have a flag code, you have a map code, and these are offenses which are non-bailable. CEO can go to jail if you Google for flag code violation, map code violation. The head of the organization will have to serve time, right? So what I'm trying to say is that in that moment we created a crisis for ourselves, right? So this is one example. I also want to give you another example of an organization before I come to how you should react to a crisis. So uh, we were consulting a big assessment company, right? If these are high stake assessments. If you want to study abroad, you would take these assessments and show your score to a university and then go abroad. A news report broke out that somewhere in Hyderabad, uh, some students have been found to be cheating, and because it was post COVID, they were taking the home edition and they were cheating. It was like a cartel, and they had managed to not just fudge the score, but they had also gotten admission to foreign universities abroad. So there were students in the US, UK with wrong scores, and they had gone. Now this scandal broke out. The organization did not decide to deny this. They launched their own private investigation. They lodged an FIR themselves. They said we will cooperate with the investigation agencies. They proactively informed all the universities where students from that particular batch had gone out. They said we will make arrangements for those students to be tested where they are in order to validate that they were the right students. So, what I'm trying to tell you is that here was an organization that managed to successfully mitigate a crisis. And here was another organization that decided to put its foot into a crisis, right? Just to make that point. Now, coming back to my original question, what do you do in the event of a crisis? What is your first step? Anyone? And there is no wrong answer. Okay, before that, what do you do? Before you communicate? Before you even absolutely, you acknowledge, right? You acknowledge that something might have gone wrong, right? So acknowledgement in a crisis situation is the key. What else do you do? See, when a crisis hits, what happens? Speculation happens. People say this must have gone wrong, right? They must have not done this, right? So you put out what is called a holding message, which is a standard message that you put out, something on the lines that we regret the loss of lives, our sympathies, our condolences are with the ones who lost their lives or who are hurt. We are immediately looking into the matter. We are providing help to those who have been impacted, and we are working on this round the clock with the authorities. You put out a holding message, right, to tell people that we have made a move. We are looking into this. What does this do? What did Maggie not do, or what did Nestle not do when the whole Maggie controversy break out? There was no holding message. We thought, let us first send Maggie to the world's best lab, have it tested, let the report come back, and then we will table the report to Indian consumers. But they would have achieved that in maybe 10 days, but in 3 days, in 72 hours, it was all done for them. The crisis had blown out of proportion, and It was something that happened in Uttarachal. Some food inspector caught something, and it became a national issue for them, right? So in a crisis situation, it's important to acknowledge, it's important to put out a standard holding statement, and it's important to have one voice. You cannot have multiple people commenting on the issue. You have to have one person who becomes a designated spokesperson in the event of a crisis, right? So these are the three pillars of crisis management. So look, I had only these three things to share. I thought I'll speak to sustainability, I will speak to public policy, and I will speak to crisis. My last section is really some advice. Sorry, this is Gyan, but hopefully it's relevant. Um, as management graduates who will soon be in the job market, whether it is government, non-governmental, private, focus on competence and not competition. I'll repeat, focus on competence and not competition, right? Somebody will tell you, folks from this B school are desired more, or you lack these skills. Focus on your competence and not on external competition. That's point number one. Point number two, businesses have to become sustainable, and sustainability has to become business. And in that context, a lot of you, I repeat, become social entrepreneurs and not necessarily job seekers, right? So you could really become social entrepreneurs, run your social enterprises. And I'm not saying you run charities, that you run non-profits. You run for-profit organizations that are addressing a social cause, right? My third message is, don't seek to become consumers of good governance, become participants and co-creators, right? Nobody else will solve it for you, you will solve it for yourself. And as management graduates who will soon be in jobs or wherever, develop the instinct to live in money world, world. You cannot escape crisis. It will hit you sooner or later. That's it. Thank you so much. I hope you found some bits useful. That's all I had. Any questions? I can take those. Sure.
Thank you so much, sir. This was definitely a very, very insightful session. And especially after the break, you did not make us feel sleepy at all. So, sir, I have a question, which is it's closely related to public policy. And so in the urban domain, urban challenges are usually wicked problems. So today's solution may rise a new problem in the future. So what are your thoughts on this, sir?
See, the problem in large parts is that the people who are trying to solve the problem. So let me give you an example of policing, from where I live, right? So I live in Noida, which is adjacent to Delhi, right? Now Noida happens to be in Uttar Pradesh, right? Uh, all hiring of constables and guys happens from Lucknow, Kanpur, large rural belts of UP. What has happened is, he went to a constable in Noida, not about 5 years back, and he told them that I've been hit by a cyber crime. He had no idea. He said, this is not crime. If it is not murder, it is not crime, right? So the problem is that we have placed rural guys into an urban policing setup, right? Noida is not seeing broad daylight murders. Noida is not Mirzapur, right? Noida is Noida. So here somebody is siphoning off someone's money, some credit card issue is happening, some online scam is happening. So you have to have the right people. Similarly, to answer your point, an issue that you face in a remote part of the country will be different from what you face in Bhubaneswar, right? And therefore, you have to have the right people who understand other issues. So there are two parts to this. One, I think the ecosystem has to grow, and this is where I think research institutions and academic institutions can play their can play their part. Um, it's important for research and academic institutions to help upskill government folks. In a lot of occasions, there is appetite to learn, there is interest to learn. If you tell a government guy how traffic operates in Budapest, believe me, they will want to know, right? Even if you're not making them travel, they will still want to know how traffic operates there, right? So I think it's about investing back in the ecosystem by academics, help upskill some of the government folks. That is an investment that can be made in my view.
Thank you so much, sir.
Was speaking. Okay, thanks. When you were speaking about sustainability becoming businesses, so what came into my mind was about greenwashing. What happens is that nowadays businesses, in just to get fundings or just to present themselves as more marketable, they claim that their products are sustainable or more eco-friendly, but that is majorly greenwashing. So somewhere or the other it is promoting greenwashing. What are your views on it, sir?
Look, the world is an increasingly transparent place. People figure out very quickly. In the name of organic, from 5, 10 years back when organic came to, all of us fell for it. We bought organic stuff, and then someone took a story of how this is not organic. This is going by the nala. So this is organic, right? It was called out. So I think public awareness is building up fast. You can't fool all the people at the time. So yeah, some people will be smart and they'll camouflage stuff and they will some investors. But in order for you to be sustainable and in order for you to survive long term, you have to say the right thing, but you also have to do the right thing. So that is important. I mean, I was at a sustainability conference many years back. In a different context, someone said, um, when money talks, bullshit walks, right? When money can do the talking, which times of the can sway you, can influence you, but then it can't sustain, right? If it has to be the right thing for it to sustain. So I think sooner or later people see through, and social media is a great support.
So I have a question,
Sure.
which is a little related to the first question asked. As of for a advocate for policy, what should be our primary focus on? Like, should it be on solving the entire problem, or should it be on addressing the situation and looking at the long-term effect?
I think neither. Look, uh, tomorrow when you represent an organization or you run your own organization, you will have an agenda, which will be a client's agenda, your agenda. And when you are trying to establish an interface with the regulator or a policymaker, they will have their agendas, right? I think it's important to find a marrying point. It's important to get to that sweet spot where your and their agenda align. It's important for you to know what is the government outlay in the budget. Is it on the 5-year plan, right? Is it even a priority for the government? I mean, let's say government is talking renewable energy and you go and talk something which is totally different. It's not going to resonate, right? So I think it's important for you to understand and map the government policy and then try and see what is your agenda and then try and get to the sweet spot. That will help you accelerate things.
Thank you, sir.
I have a question, sir.
Sure.
So, could be the excuse me, sorry. So, what could be the right approach to think about a crisis when it's at a peak point?
Like when, uh, as we can take example, when government have limited time to tackle the something. So in that situation.
The government has limited time to think.
Yes, sir.
No, sorry, I'm not clear. So you're saying when the crisis hits the peak, what is the best approach?
Yes, sir. So there are several situations when we don't get time to think what could be the possible situation, and we need to take action within a short time. So in situation, what could we do?
Right. Look, in any crisis, it's important to have a balanced holding statement out. Often when we counsel clients during crisis, we are told the lawyers have said you should not say anything. Right? The lawyers have said keep quiet, don't say anything, because now this could be construed against you in the court of law. It could become like a statement. My point is that if you don't speak, you are giving way to speculation. Why is he quiet? What are they hiding? So, in order to curb speculation, and given the day and age of online media and social media, you have to communicate. In fact, the traditional wisdom is that you should keep quiet in the crisis and let the crisis pass. The more contemporary approach is over communicate in a crisis situation, speak more than you normally do. So a holding statement, to my mind, is the first step. Have one voice so that people know that you've acknowledged, you're looking into it, you have told them that in 48 hours we'll circle back to the next statement. So you at least put to rest, some publications for at least 48 hours. Yeah. Any other questions?
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, talking about public policies, there has many policies which are made for the public and for the youth. But nowadays, youth are more into social medias rather than reading a newspaper or articles. How could we incorporate social media narration in such a way that youth are aware about the policies, their challenges?
Very good question. Um, in the last 3 years, government has not put out any policy where they have not put out a draft first and asked for public comments. Okay, I'll repeat. Every policy that has come out by the central government, they have put out a draft and they have asked for public comments. Go to the UGC website. UGC is the governing body for institutions, right? University Grants Commission. You will see at least 2 or 3 drafts that they have tabled where they are inviting public comments. People like you and me can go and post comments and give their point of view, right? So the onus is often on us to participate. I'll go back to my opening statement that don't look to be consumers of good governance, look to be participants or co-creators of good governance. So you're allowed to give feedback. There are folks sitting there who are asking for your feedback. Somebody will also be reading your feedback, right? So it's all happening. It's not doom and gloom in my mind. Yeah.
Sir.
For us and majority of the youth are that most of them are unaware that policies have been that we have to give up feedback. That be to actually confident that
Okay. How do you consume your news? Through social. So that is the biggest mistake you made because you're not consuming news, you're consuming views. And that too of an influencer who is not even an MBA, right? So I think consume news first. That is the first thing. How many of you have news apps on your phones? Which apps? Times of India, right? Main. In shorts, yeah. I'm glad someone said in shorts. Look, in shorts is an aggregator. It will aggregate from everywhere, like Hindu, Deccan Chronicle. Look, um, which is India's largest circulated daily? Times of India is not even second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. Look, the Exactly. The top 3 dailies are vernacular. The top 5 dailies are vernacular, right? Times of India is India's 6th largest circulated daily, right? So I'm saying increase your news sources, right? Read more. You will be better aware. Yes, read the Hindu, read the Indian Express. If you can't read all of these, I know it's not possible, have InShots. It will give you all the information that you need. Download Daily Hunt on your phone. You can even curate what you want to see. Even if it's entertainment, you can tick mark. I want to see entertainment, cricket, Bollywood. That's it. Politics, economy. So, I mean, AI is so strong that it will detect what is your interest and it will throw up your interest. So I think choose your news sources more wisely. Don't fall for views, go for news. Yeah. Do we go for like the last question in the interest of time and then we can do this?
Sir, actually, we've learned that while framing a policy, before framing a policy, there's something called a logical framework which is made, and then the policy is framed based on that. So, how can we incorporate crisis management while making the logical framework?
Look, policy formulation by whoever, whether at the organization level, whether in a corporate or whether in the government, you have to do contingency planning. You have to plan B. Given that any planning will lead to investment, the ask on an investment is invariably an ROI, right? If you don't get the ROI, some heads will roll, right? So it's important to have a plan B. It's important to do risk analysis. It's important to figure out if this doesn't work out, we'll do something. So I think that's a very individual thing. Organizations are doing it, given that the stakes are so high. Investments run into multi-billion dollars, and therefore they are doing contingency planning. They have Plan B. Yeah, so I think that's happening.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Sir, I believe you did an outstanding job at keeping us all engaged, and the examples were very informative and will undoubtedly benefit us in the future. Now, as a token of appreciation, I would like to request Professor Apin Paul to kindly present a memento to Mr. Amit Gupta. Thank you, sir, for doing the honors. The fourth session of the day. The speaker for this session is Mr. Tushar Patnaik, National Head EPR Sustainability at Hindustan Coca-Cola. I would kindly request sir to please come on the dais and take their seat. And I would like to request Professor Shraddha Kumar to please welcome Mr. Tushar Patnaik.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Tushar Patnaik is the National Head EPR Sustainability at Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverage Private Limited. He has been instrumental in implementing Extended Producer Responsibility EPR and multiple sustainable strategies. He is a leading expert in sustainability and plastic waste management with over 24 years of experience in environmental, health, and safety initiatives. We're very eager to hear from you, sir. Wholeheartedly welcome you here. Thank you.
Thank you. I think मेरा ये फोर्थ टॉपिक है. शुरू होने से पहले एक चीज बताता हूँ. If you see in the training session, Professor Mishra, Savita Madam, our KPMG friend, our Deloitte friend, and now Amit Gupta. सबसे लास्ट में जो होता है, क्या होता है, अमित गुप्ता ने जो चैलेंज हमारे लिए रख लिए, एवरीथिंग इज एक्सेलेंट, समथिंग एक्सेलेंट। आप सोचिए जो लास्ट को आ रहा है वो कैसे पूरी एक्सेलेंस से उसी को बरकरार रखेगा, ये कितनी बड़ी चैलेंज है। मैं शुरू होने से पहले इसलिए बताता हूँ, इफ यू सी माई लिंक्डइन प्रोफाइल, जहां पर भी मैं कॉन्फ्रेंस जाता हूँ एज ए स्पीकर और एज ए पैनलिस्ट मेंबर और एज ए मॉडरेटर, 2 सेशन पे मेरे को हमेशा दिया जाता है, या सबसे पहला सेशन या सबसे आखिरी सेशन। इसके पीछे लॉजिक है, कैसे, अगर पहला सेशन दे रहे हैं तो सेशन को एकदम ये करना है कि ताकि लास्ट तक लोग ये, और सबसे लास्ट सेशन जो लेता है सबसे बड़ी चैलेंज होता है। क्यों होता है? और वो चैलेंज को मैं एक्सेप्ट करता हूँ। अमित ने जो बढ़िया तरीके से आपकी नींद खोल दिया, बट ये सारी चीज ऑब्जर्व कर रहा था, किसने नींद में सोया है या नहीं सोया है, वो ऑब्जर्वेशन जो लास्ट तक मैं देख रहा था। जैसे बोलते हैं ना T20 में 20 बॉलों में 50 रन करना है, या आप 50 रन करके हीरो बन जाओ, या आप 20 रन में 50 रन नहीं कर पाए तो टीम हार जाओगे। सो इट्स अप टू यू, ये चैलेंज को मैं कैसे लेता हूँ, और ये आखिरी चैलेंज मैं जीतता हूँ या हारता हूँ, सेशन खत्म होने के बाद हम क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे। और ये चैलेंज है, आज तक कोई सेशन में ना सोया हूं ना किसी को सोने दूंगा, ये याद रखना, ये मेरी चैलेंज है। मैं यही चीज चैलेंज के साथ आज का सेशन चालू करूंगा। और डेफिनेटली गुड आफ्टरनून अगेन टू ऑल ऑफ यू। आई थैंक यू टू ऑल ऑफ द मैनेजमेंट कमिटी and the XIM University and all the students who has done these efforts to organizing the conferences. And I very much love to attend the session because, you know, being brought and brought up at Odisha, and I'm going to such conferences like CII, FICCI, Hindustan Times, any government sector, private sector, city, college, and because this is a kind of a passion for me. When profession become a passion, then you do the job here perfectly. Suppose कोई बोलते हैं ना, मैं हमेशा शुरू से आपका जो ही बोला मेरा कहने के बीच में इंग्लिश और हिंदी सब होगा, सो दैट खाली आपको मिठाई खाने के लिए अच्छा नहीं लगेगा, मिठाई के साथ साथ नमक डालना जरूरी है, इसीलिए दोनों मेरे साथ साथ चलते रहेगा। एंड आई कैन कॉन्फिडेंटली जो सारे क्वेश्चंस का सवाल आपको पूरी सेशंस में जो बताया गया, आई थिंक दे हैव कवर्ड द मोस्टली पार्ट ऑफ अर्बन फीचर्स, इंक्लूशन, सस्टेनेबिलिटी, नेट जीरो। अमित जी ने बताया आपको क्राइसिस मैनेजमेंट, कम्युनिकेशंस, ब्रांड्स, बहुत सारे क्वेश्चन मैं दिमाग में हूँ। मैं वही चीज आपको रिलेवेंट बताऊंगा, नया चीज कुछ बताऊंगा, शायद आपने सुना नहीं होगा, अगर सुना भी होगा लॉन्ग क्वेश्चंस आपके मन में आएगा। और ये क्वेश्चंस मैं गारंटी देता हूँ आने वाले दिन में, जो आज सारे ब्राइट फ्यूचर यहीं पे बैठे हुए हैं, आने वाले दिन में जैसे अमित जी ने बताया, आपको जॉब ढूंढने की जरूरत नहीं, कीप योर माइंड सेट एज एंटरप्रेन्योर माइंडसेट। और कैसे एंटरप्रेन्योर माइंडसेट होगा, और रियली में जो बात बताऊंगा वो होगा कि नहीं, तो सेशन की बात करेंगे। बट ये फिर भी मेरा गारंटी है, सोने नहीं दूंगा। तो सोने नहीं देने के लिए मेरे साथ एक 30 सेकेंड्स का एक्सरसाइज करना पड़ेगा। थोड़ी सी 30 सेकेंड्स के लिए सब लोग खड़े हो जाइए। तो सोने तो दूंगा, जो लोग सोने देखा 30 सेकेंड्स के लिए सबको खड़ा हो। तो पहले मैं कुछ बोलूंगा बचपन का, कुछ बचपन में कुछ हम राइम्स वगैरह प्रैक्टिस किए, तो अब ये राइम्स को मैं पहला मैं बोलूंगा, दूसरा वाला आप बोलेंगे, ठीक है? जोनी जोनी enter group with me, don't sleep, open your mind. Thank you, please sit down. तो इसी के साथ आज का सेशन हम करते हैं। तो हमेशा कुछ सेशंस के अंदर में जो आपकी जोश भरने के लिए हम लोगों को भी कुछ करना पड़ेगा। डेफिनेटली मैं जब सेशन दूंगा हमेशा लोगों के साथ मेरा इंटरेक्शन रहता है, बीच बीच में कोई भी सवाल पूछना, बिकॉज ये टॉपिक आपको इतना इंटरेस्टिंग लगेगा। कुछ कुछ हेड पॉइंट्स मैं सभी से नोट किया हूँ, जैसे अपने अमित जी ने एक पॉइंट बताया, गवर्नमेंट ने लास्ट 2-3 साल में बहुत सारे अमेंडमेंट्स निकाले हैं और पब्लिक व्यूज का पूछे हैं. आई विल कम टू दैट पॉइंट हाउ इट इज हैपनिंग. बहुत सारी चीजों के आपके बारे में बताया गया, कैसे कैसे एंटर पैन इंडिया में क्या क्या चल रहा है. आई विल गिव and basically my part will cover your waste management, which is mainly upon all waste, but particularly I will cover on the plastic waste part. This plastic waste part is a very interesting subject because why I'm telling you, this is I'm driving across the pan India. I'm not only driving in my organization, helping many of the organization and many of the societies how to drive the things and how you become an entrepreneur. That is very important thing. As our beloved friend already told that 2070 is a net zero target. If you see, I am in this profession for last 2.5 decades. For the areas of health, safety, environment, sustainability, waste management, plastic waste, project management. It's an entire career I have worked this. And the last 5 years, I've been working in the field of waste management, and mostly, if you see, if you Google in India, if you see, every month they are organizing conferences on this plastic waste, related to topic of waste. Today, why this topic is very important? Again, to achieve the target of 2070 net zero, one of the aspects, you cannot do a net zero emission by 2070. There are several things to be adapted, and the concept, people are what really they are doing. When you are understanding the things, your concept should be very, very clear. People are telling about carbon neutral, and people are telling about net zero emission. That's a quite different definition. So I'm not going to the definition. I'm trying to say that whenever you understand the things, your concept will be more clear. Just I'm telling you one very small thing. What is a net zero? Net zero aspects, if you take up any of the industry, any of the things, net zero I will become by 2030, I will become net zero. By 2045, I will be net zero. Because coming to my topic, I'm just giving this background. In a very simplistic way, you understand that. Suppose today, any organization is emitting less 50 kg of carbon dioxide gas, it's a carbon footprint. Let's take the base year of 2024. In 2070, same 50,000 or 50 kg of carbon dioxide remains same, then that is called a net zero. Net zero doesn't mean that your footprint will be zero. What is your base emission? And after 30-40 years, it will be the same emission. That is what we call a net zero. So why I'm giving them such an example to understand the concept. And very beautifully of the SDGs, 17 goals. Though you have mentioned not 17 goals, you had basically urban figures you have shown. But the 17 goals, out of the 17 goals, goals number 12, what is called responsible consumption. That is basically what is called, today we discussed about your waste management, relies upon the goals number 12. Many things has been happened in this field. I am working in entire pan-India basis, and whatever I will tell you, the real example of my life, worked in all the various multinationals companies, whether it is Hindustan Coca-Cola, Nestle India, Dabur India, British Petroleum, so and so, all the petrochemical, chemical industries. I have a practical ground of experience. Whatever I will tell you, that is nothing you will find in any of the language, not show you any data, only PPT is there, but I will cover many of the topics which will be new for you or it will be interesting to know. So out of this goal, why it is important I'm telling you. Down here. Okay. So ESG has already covered. ESG part, when you are talking about social and governance, what do you mean by ESG? The environment part, I think most of the people talking, when we are talking about the environment, it's cover water, energy, climate action. This is basically your environment part is covered. waste management, this is an environment part is covered, governance part. Be careful, again I'm telling you, those who are sleeping, otherwise I have many formulas to wake up them. I'll not tell the name, but my presentation is there, but my eyes are on the eye contact with the people. I can see who are sleeping and who are not sleeping. Be alert, because that's my challenge, that nobody can sleep. In the part of the governance part, to become an organization to be more sustainable, everybody is talking about ESG, ESG, ESG. The ESG concept, and going for next 40 to 50 years, this is the future of India. I'm telling you, those people who are sitting in the cabin or in this hall, this is the really, you are in a very good field. I can see you, this is a very good future of ESG. But now people are become a ESG consultant and something like that. But again, I'm trying to understand more deeply why it is important. When you do the analysis of why, and why, then it comes to know that why this is important. That's why I'm giving the background of this. When I talking about social factor is talking about your safety, your attrition rate, your social responsibility, your CSR program. This is all about the social part. If anybody wants to run an organization, if somebody wants to establish a factory in any of the area, the major license which is required, you know what is? It is called a social license. The acceptability of the community, the acceptability of the villagers, that is important. And you have to showcase what exactly you are doing for the society. For a company, today, why this is compulsory and today it is not forcefully done by the company. Today, the investor is looking to an organization or institution or any things. They are not saying that how much profit you are earning. They are looking at that angle. The investor is looking at that angle. How much you have sustainable organization. When we again talking about sustainable, that means they are looking about the three aspects. How environmentally. Suppose let's example. I'll quote only example so that you really better understand. Suppose somebody is looking after this university. Why? Because of me. If I'm talking about investor, he will see environmentally whether the organization. When I'm talking about three, four things, environment, the water consumption, the water actually is going out of this factory or going out of the premises. Do you are reducing? Do you are recycling? Or this is reusing. This is fact. Second, the energy utilizing well. Do motion sensors in all areas for the consumption of electricity, that is again related to environment. Do you have LED lights? Do you have solar panels? When the investor will come and see all the angles and the governance part, which is covered in the governance part, the organization will be more sustainable when your governance structure is very healthy. Talking about governance structure is how is your organization? How many directors are there? How many independent directors are there? ऐसा कोई ऑर्गेनाइजेशन होता है जहां पे डायरेक्टर अपनी फैमिली के सारे लोग होते हैं और इन्वेस्टर उसमें कम होते हैं. So that's the organization is not healthy. When you talking about governance, इंडिपेंडेंट डायरेक्टर्स कितने हैं, सबके व्यूज लिया जा रहा है कि नहीं, हायर किए कितना है, टेन्योर कितना है, कंपनी का सी का रेम्यूनरेशन कितना है, एम्प्लॉइज का सैलरी कितना है. दिस इज व्हाट इज कवर्ड अंडर गवर्नेंस. Your governance structure is clear, that means organization is fully complete. ESG को drive करने के लिए the roadmap will drive from the governance structure. If your governance structure is not strong, then the ESG drive जो होगा investor's point of angle से, I'm not going into very details of it because if I start talking about it, PRSR report, ESG report, why it is mandatory. Just I'm telling for the investor point of view, they are looking how sustainable is that organization or institution it is. So more practical aspects, this is called today SEBI has imposed up 1,000 listed companies to listed the BRSR report. But apart from that, many organizations, many institutions are publishing their BRSR report. BRSR means your data will come to the public domain. Today, how much water I am reduction. Today, how much carbon footprint is reducing. Today, what is my climate action of 1, scope 3, and scope 3. If you list down the public, it will be more appreciated. That means you are more transparent, then people will see it a different angle. It's not a profitable organization, but a sustainable organization or a sustainable industry. That's basically topic of our ESG. We are coming back to the waste management part, the waste management part. This is Dr. So these benefits of ESG, I have already told you, nothing to explain that. This is one of the quotes I received just yesterday from some of my friends. And that is when I get something very good things, I keep it for the learning purpose. If it can't be reduced, repaired, rebuilt, refurbished, refinished, resold, recycled, composted, then it should be restricted, redesigned, removed from the production. This is very good quote. Whenever I'm listening from anybody else, when I'm going to anybody else, getting messages for WhatsApp, if I see that it is something relevant to me and which will helpful to me, definitely I will put it in my slides so that I can use it in the training session. So this part, why I'm talking about ESG, what investor is looking, how the government structure, and now I'll take this topic of waste management. This is very important topic, and I will tell you how as organizations we are driving this, and very practical example it comes to know. Maybe many people don't know about many things here. I'll tell you the things which will be very interesting subject for you. And this is for a more of an entrepreneurship mindset. If you now you can thought that you want to be an entrepreneur, how to give 100 people jobs rather you take a single job. India is the highest populous country in the world. A lot of the burning issue, apart from the other issues, the plastic is one of the major issue. And the government in many of the rules and regulation has been from the different for the last 3 to 4 years. Those who are from industry background, they know what are the challenges. When I'm talking about challenges, that means there are opportunities. That's why if there is opportunities, that's why we have enough opportunity or enough employment is there where you can get the jobs to the people. So normally how the waste is coming. If normally in Indian tradition, if you see we do festivals, parties and celebrations. And after the party celebration and everything, we run and what lies on the ground and this is the picture. After the celebration, everything left and this lies on the ground. And you don't know where exactly the waste is going. I can ask you questions. Similar, I have already told you during the session, I will ask questions. It's a two-way communication. Do you know in your college campuses, waste is generated, different kind of waste is generated, food waste, solid waste, human waste. Can you anybody tell me, hello, my friend, this, can you tell me where the waste is going? If you see the waste one by one, plastic waste, other waste, human waste, where it is going?
So as much as the biodegradable waste goes to the STP, which our college itself has, according to the college borders. I'm not sure about the human waste and the other kind of waste.
And what about the solid waste and plastic waste, where it is going?
I'm not sure the plastic and
anybody else? I'll ask such types of questions which will think you for entrepreneurial mindset. And I am working on that, I'm working in organization for my thought process in that. So now it starts from you. How to do this? Because I know many people are seeing working in different municipalities, different state of the this country. You should know that's the point. You are not government is doing everything. This government will do. First, ask yourself how you will do. Start from your home, then from your institution, then from your city, then from your state, then from your nation. This way, drop things will rebuild. That's the approach. If you are coming to conferences and discussing many things, if you are not implementing, Tomorrow, the same question I asked you, where it is going, no. And you are the people who are dealing with this waste management and everything. First, I'm asking about your premises. Then I can ask the same question for the cities. Then I can ask at the state. I am quite acquainted with these things. That's the only I'm trying to tell up to know the things better. It will give you more opportunity. You see, this is pictures. This is the real photographs of Delhi NCR regions, and these similar photographs you can find all over the world. And from that, why I passion for this kind of job? Because I'm going in different kind of things and taking photographs and working in the different government and different style I show in the photographs. And this, this when it is going to landfill, this is highly, highly dangerous. Any resources, whether it is a water, whether it is a solid waste management, or it is a hazardous waste management, or it is a plastic waste management, we should adopt the procedure of reduce, recycle, and reuse. These are the thinking which is taken up by the government and every institution. That's why people are not talking about circularity, rather a linear. What is a linear and circular? Before to that concept, like why I'm asking this question 2 minutes before. Whatever your waste is generating, you try to know your evolution process, where it is exactly going. It is going for a circular economy or a linear economy. In a very small, in a very easy definition, I can tell you, linear economy, what you use and throws it and it goes away. This is a linear. When you use grow it and use it for different purpose, it's called circular economy. Very simple language I try to understand the circular economy. There is nothing called a waste. Every waste is a wealth. Whatever is waste for you may be wealth for other people. And that is what is circular economy. And the circular economy approach is adopted by the entire India. All institution, industry, regulations has already been framed. I'll tell you the key points. The points is clear because very, very small definitions and interesting examples I'm telling you. If you don't do this, if you go into landfill, what will happen? Can you tell me? If it will stop landfill, what will happen? What will be the consequences? What will be the environmental hazard? Please, anybody, you are in this field, that I'm asking you, people should know what will be the reprobation if it will go into the landfill site. Anybody? Pardon, anybody, please? Reduce the quality of soil, okay? Anybody?
Sir,
Pardon, anybody? Sir, loudly.
Hello.
Pollution. Air pollution.
groundwater will get infected.
Very good. All questions are right. What I'm trying to tell you, in Delhi, most of the area, I'll not tell the exactly the area. I'm giving the again, I'm telling the bright example. In Delhi, one of the area, this is going to the landfill. It is hit the water body. And this area, this garbage is full of everything. And they tested the water. Water found chromium, zinc, cobalt, which is causing cancerogenic. And the people suffered in this area is suffering from many diseases. When it found that why it is happening, the root cause is found that it is going to hit the water body. This is not only in one area. In every part of the world, when you are talking about urban socialization, think of this. First think of, again, starting from your home, then your institution, then from your cities, then you think where exactly is going. When why analysis is done, things will come into the mind and you will do the real mindset, whatever you want to do. That's why I'm giving and showing this picture. This is I already explained you circular economy and linear economy. No need to explain what is the circular economy. I have already told you because this part this is one of the report. Everybody will get it from Google. This is Niti Aayog report. Today in India, if you dive the Google, the plastic waste generated per capita per year in India is 8 kg. And the waste per kg per day in urban areas is 650 grams, is more than half kilo. Try to analyze the population of India And in urban cities, is 650 grams per person per day. How many garbage is coming out in a year? This estimation shows that by 2000, about from the other solid waste, that is forget, by 2040, whatever the plastic material you are using, it will be 2.5 times more than in 2040. And by 2050, there will be more plastic than on the ocean. What will be impact to the environment? And we are talking about 070 is a net zero concept. So ask yourself, how is it possible? Do you think it is possible? As a student, as a person, what I am doing it, or what can I do for my institution? What can I do for my cities? This is the question should come to mind. Then we'll come to know many things. I will tell you more examples here. So this is different kinds of waste. I told you plastic waste, but that is a waste called municipal solid waste, healthcare, construction waste, tire waste, electronics waste, battery waste, all waste. India is moving, the target is taken by India and the target is taken by other countries. India is what the other countries have done in the last 5 to 10 years, and India was they have taken up in the last 3 to 4 years is very good achievement. It's very good achievement in terms of growth of population in India and compared to other countries. India is going in a very faster way. But the thing is that when you're talking about net zero, everything is going for an electric vehicle. That's a very good thing. One way, your reduction of the carbon footprint. But you know, the battery using in all the vehicles, where it will goes. And in India, there is not a single industry of lithium recycling unit in India. That is a question mark. There is not a single at present in India for recycling of the lithium battery. And for you, that's why I'm telling that as an entrepreneur mindset, time you should think of that. So coming future, recycling of the battery, recycling of the waste, recycling of the plastic, recycling of any things. You thought India in terms of infrastructure, in terms of technology, we are far behind. Still many things to be done. When there is a challenge for you, that's a big opportunity. So I can see that the bright future of everybody, don't think about how to get a job. How you will give to jobs to 50 people, that always set in the mindset in my thought. Though I am working in an organization, but I never thought of that. If I leave the organization, I can do many things. That's the thoughts in my mind. So I am not only helping for the organization, but also helping many people, also discussing with many foreign investors also how to do that. So that kind of mindset you should generate yourself so that you will get many things. Opportunity is huge. So you have to think how to get that opportunity and just open your eyes and ears. So this is linear and circular economy, I told. Areas of economy, how it is happening. Linear to circular economy. This is why as a company, how we are doing this. We are working across the pan-India basis. And this is your first column, recovery sources, where you are getting your plastic waste, waste collector, transfer, societies, reverse vending machines, consumers. Second is plastic collection centers. We have different parts of the country, transport and recycling and recycled products. The plastic is very interesting things. Just for your knowledge, I'm telling you, government has imposed a rule, Ministry of Environment and Forest. There is the extended producer responsibility. Anybody has heard about these rules? Very good. Can you tell somebody in a very brief term what is the EPR? Very short, so that everybody can understand. EPR. Yes.
Sir, so extended producer responsibility is where the producer themselves try to limit the usage of, for example, plastic while selling their products. So, for example, now India has shifted to a like to ban single-use plastic. So producers are encouraged to shift from single-use plastic to alternate sources or materials.
Okay. Anybody answer? I just want to know how you have gone into the deeper area. That's why I'll tell you. Anybody? Quick.
Extended producer responsibility is the whatever an organization produces waste, the organization's responsibility to dispose it and to treat it later. So
some extent it is good. Okay, fine. What I'm telling you, just in single sentence, you understand the rule why it is important. This is EPR, Extended Producer Responsibility. The rule government has framed the category of plastic. The very simple definition, any organization, any industry using plastics and selling the products in that plastic, the quantity of plastic you procured from the market, the same quantity of plastic, irrespective of the brand, he has to collect from the market and send for recycling, or send for co-processing, or send for road construction, or send for waste to energy. There is four methods which you can do it, but out of the four ways, only one is considered as a circular economy, that is a recycling. Rest all of the process, I am not going deep. If I start deep, this is one of the subject, it will take 5 hours. But for your understanding, this rule is found by Ministry of Environment and Forest. Categorization of plastic, category 1, category 3, category 3, category 4, category 5. So I am not in going to deep. The rule is very extensive. The rule is given to all of the industry. Like I am in a company called Hindustan Coca-Cola. X amount of metric ton of plastic we are using for using these bottles. The rule is saying whatever the quantity of plastic you are using and selling beverages in the markets, that same quantity of plastic you have to collect and recycle it. There is a systematic procedure where you have to government that whatever the plastic you have collected from the market, how much you have sent for recycling, how much quantity you have sent to co-processing. Co-processing means it is used to the cement industry. Whatever your garbage, whatever your waste, it is not recycling, people are sending to the cement industry. In cement industry, they are used as a fuel. Instead of coal, they are using this. So that is a co-processing. Again, it is utilizing for waste to energy. Again, it is used for road construction. Many of the national highways are made under the plastic is buried under that road. So how plastic is increase in terms of a circular economy? That is a classic example with respect to the government and the rule regulation. This is a very important thing. You go and see Central Pollution Control Board website or Ministry of Environment and Forest. And this is a very, very interesting subject. Next year onwards, you are going to face a new challenge. Just I'm touching upon the 3 new challenges which is coming next year. For everybody, it is very important. Now this rule has already been started. People are registering, companies registering on the brand on the CPCB portal. Next year onwards, there is 3 new challenge. One challenge already started this year. Whatever your category of plastic, 1, 2, 3, 4, government has mentioned that category 1, plastic should go for 50% recycling. Category 2 is 30%. Category 3 is 30%. Category 4 is 50%. It should go for recycling from this year onwards. Before to that, you can dispose of anywhere or it will go to the end of life. There was no rule. But why is put the formula of recycling? That means year by year, 10% will increase for recycling. After 5 to 10 years, everything will go for which will from linear economy to circular economy. That is the agenda of the government, which is put in that way. This rule is set in that way. Next year onwards, from 2025, whatever suppose this plastic bottle is kept on the table, recycled contained, you will find the bottle. This is virgin plastic. Next year onwards, 30% should be rPET. Recycled plastic will be mixed with the virgin plastic. That means the bottle which is going to recycler, again it will make bottle so that it is a recycled plastic bottle. Very classic, I am telling you in a very short time. And this project I have already started in Odisha also. Also, one of my slides will go. A very interesting thing. So this is the kind of collection when people are working with different NGOs and different states. So they are working on the side, segregation of waste, collecting of the waste, sending to the different parts. And you saw this is plastic, how plastic life can be increased. It's a fantastic. From this plastics bottle, we are making this kind of things, which is done by this recycling, again, which is called a circular economy. This is basically your plastic waste. And time to time, I also doing many projects across the India. This is one of the projects I've done in Goa beach cleaning. For my organization, I'm doing different projects time to time. This is the first project I've done in this year, Goa beach cleaning drive. In 1 hour, we have collected more than 70 kg of waste from the Goa beach cleaning drive. The second project, which I've done in the state of Odisha, I can see you in the recent Rath Yatra, how your alignment with the government. The government is the pain areas that the littering of plastic bottles. So before Rath Yatra, we made, you see, with the minister, chief minister, deputy minister, we have aligned with the government. This Rath Yatra, our Hindustan Coca-Cola will be a partner with this Odisha government in Puri Rath Yatra, and we'll do the PET bottle collection drive in the next 12, 13 days. And you know, as today, yesterday, I went to Pollution Control Board and Mr. Urban Secretary. Everybody, if you see in the newspaper and media, they are very much happy. Yesterday, I met the Pollution Control Board. They told me that when you have alignment with the Hindustan Coca-Cola, you don't know that whether this much of plastic will be collected, and company has done such a fantastic thing. 17 tons of plastic. 17 टन मेट्रिक टन प्लास्टिक हमने 12 दिन में पूरी रथ यात्रा में कलेक्शन किया। और रथ यात्रा में जो कलेक्शन किया हो गया कि ये किस वे में हमने प्लास्टिक कलेक्शन किया। These are the red pickers is associated with us, 12 days alignment with the government. And if you see the below, our deputy CM has inaugurated our stall, and this project are driven by me for the entire 12 days for Hindustan Coca-Cola. So today as on date, whether CM, deputy CM, collector, urban secretary, everybody, if you start about Hindustan Coca-Cola, is giving an example. It's a set example for everybody how we are driving this project of circularity. And it is almost published in all the newspaper. It is just recently I can see it all the newspaper. And the plastic bottle which has been collected through the Rath Yatra, which have sent to some of the plastic we sent to our recycler is making reflective. There is no jackets. I'll show you the jackets here. And rest of the plastic bottle has gone to a recycler making arcade bottles, recycled plastic bottles. The example I'm setting you, from that bottle again you will make the bottle, which will 30% will mixed up the recycled plastic and 70% will be the virgin plastic. This is a classic example, very interesting things if you come to know, side the Google. And this EPR method, which is coming about the waste management, it is going to be the future of India, and you will get a lot of opportunity in this case. People those want to work in this area, they can discuss with me in any forum. I am ready to help them. Though I'm not a consultant like them, but as organizations, I can help you, I can guide you how to move that. Especially for Odisha, I can tell you, I'm working in almost all the parts of India. But when the Puri Rath Yatra bottle has collected, Puri collector has asked me, Tushar, why do you want to do this bottle? The most painful thing is that there is not a single good recycler in Odisha. So I have to send this bottle to Warangal, Hyderabad. So his inspiration is that you should आज ओडिया कोई भी हो इसमें कोई ऐसे recycling facility किया जाए so that हम ये facility करें. If you go to the any of the state, there are recycling facilities. So for you, it's an eye opener. If you want to start anybody, think something. उड़ीसा में किस तरीके से आपको ड्राइव करना है, because there are a lot of opportunities here, but our infrastructure के हिसाब से अभी इस हिसाब से नहीं है. Anyhow, this is giving you an example because those who are in Odisha, that's why I'm giving. And my recent project, and this in Sunday I am coming back to Bangalore. My third project next week will start from Ganpati Utsav at Mumbai. Again, same alignment with the government. How you are aligning with the government? Governments की थर्ड से पॉलिसी के बारे में डिस्कशन हो रहे थे. पॉलिसी का आप देखोगे हर न्यूज़पेपर एवरीवेयर लिटरिंग की बात कर रहा है. और लिटरिंग को ये करने के लिए how you are doing the advocacy with the government, whatever the bottle, we will collect the bottle, we will invest our money and do the circularity project. So Tuesday onwards, I am going to Mumbai for this Ganpati Chaturthi, which will for 10 days again collection of PET bottles for the circular economy. So this is Puri Rath Yatra event, how we have done that, 17 tons of plastics, 150 rec pickers, 20 volunteers, 3 NGO workers. That's the summary in this. You can cite, any site you can find this. These are the kind of things we are working with NGOs and our rec pickers. awareness program. Awareness is very important. I'm giving you one example. What awareness, awareness, and awareness. Again, I'm talking, coming back to the conference and back that if you're not doing and not learning anything, that is no useful. Awareness. सभी लोग मेरे को बताइए, आप लोग आज यहीं पे रहते हैं, कोई सोसाइटी में रहते हैं, कोई अपार्टमेंट में रहता है, कोई कहाँ पे रहता है. आप अगर कुछ करना चाहोगे ना, अपनी सोसाइटी से स्टार्ट कर सकते हो. दिल्ली में मैंने कैसे किया था, एक आइडिया बता देता हूं. दैट कैन बी रेप्लिकेटेड इन भुवनेश्वर ऑल्सो. यू थिंक फॉर दैट. माई 10 kg कैंपेन, माई 10 kg कैंपेन अभी दिल्ली एनसीआर की 300 में चल रहा है. एक एनजीओ कर रहा है, गाइडेड बाय मी. बिफोर टू दैट आई वाज इन द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन कॉल्ड डाबर. माय 10 kg कैंपेन इज व्हाट दे हैव इंक्लूडेड 250 to 300 अपार्टमेंट्स. 10 kg प्लास्टिक उनको ऐप के माध्यम से सबको जोड़ दिया है. और जिस सोसाइटी के अंदर उनका में एक बार व्हीकल आता है, उनको दिया जाता है, 2 डस्टबिन दिया गया है. प्लास्टिक को अलग करना है, ड्राई वेस्ट को अलग करना है. जिसके पास 10 kg का वेस्ट हो जाता है, 10 kg का गाड़ी उठा के लेता है, उस बदले में उनको कुछ रिसाइकल थिंग देता है. उस हिसाब से ये जो अभियान लास्ट 5 years हो गया, माई 10 kg कैंपेन. सिमिलर वे, nobody is telling us, but we are showing to government that how we are partnering with the societies. Similar way, you can do the similar way in your, let's, those people who are sitting in Bhubaneswar, any of the area. Don't think that everything will do government. If you do the thing, it will attract the government. Similar way, I have done the example, my 10 kg campaign is one of the campaign which I've started in my previous organization, and it is still continuing. Whether I am changing my organization, but things is continuing and doing by a lot of people. So this is the process I'm trying to show you how the plastic, it is first segregation, then after it, after it is going to plastic granules. It's after that plastic का चूरा बनता है, चूरा से फिर उसका दाना बनता है. वो इसी प्लास्टिक से आप जो टेट्रा पैक, फ्रूटी, माजा से जो आप लोग पीते हो, उसी में से ये बना हुआ है बेंच एंड टेबल. दिस इज कॉल्ड अगेन ए क्लासिक एग्जांपल ऑफ सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी. इस फील्ड के अंदर मैं इतनी घुसा हुआ हूँ, हर चीज मेरे को अच्छी तरह से आइडिया है और हर चीज के ऊपर जाता हूँ. इसके ऊपर मैं मार्केट्स में आने वाले दिन में मैं अगर एक्सप्लेन करने जाऊं, बहुत कुछ बताना पड़ेगा, बट शाम हो जाएगा. बट जस्ट एक ग्लिम्स दिखा रहा हूँ. एवरी प्लास्टिक इज रिसाइकल्ड and made into a very beautiful products. पहले आपको दिखाया टी शर्ट से लेकर बन रहा है, बेंच टेबल से लेकर ये सब बनी हुई है. आपका टेट्रा पैक जो चीज देख रहे हो उसी में से बनी हुई है. और लोगों को धीरे धीरे आप देखेंगे बहुत सारे जगह में आपको बैठने के लिए बेंचेस हो गया, टेबल हो गया, सब ये टेट्रा पैक में बनी हुई है. जो आपका एसेप्टिक कार्टून है, जो आप जूसेस वगैरह पीते हो, उसी में से बनी हुई है. Just I'm seeing India before 5 years and after 5 years, the scenario has changed. It doesn't that its situation is improving day by day. Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, smart city. आज एक रेलवे प्लेटफॉर्म दूसरे रेलवे प्लेटफॉर्म से compete करता है. आज से 10 साल पहले कोई ऐसे देखने का लायक नहीं था, बट आज के दिन में कंपटीशन चल रहा है. एवरीबॉडी इज कंपीटिंग. सो हमारी सिनेरियो चेंज हो रहा है, थॉट प्रोसेस चेंज हो रहा है, अपने माइंडसेट को भी हमको चेंज करना पड़ेगा. तब जाके इंडिया जो विकसित भारत की बात कर रहे हैं बाय 2047, उसी लेयर में हमको काम करना पड़ेगा. दिस इज ऑल्सो सम वेरियस, बिकॉज लास्ट संडे आई हैव online conference to one of the university, same topic. Similarly, I am doing many conferences, organizing, and so got many awards for the organization and at the individual levels. These are the some snapshot. So entire part of India, east, west, north, south, I moved to different part and also national and international conferences to give on various topics. Basically, my favorite topic is sustainability and waste management. Apart from that, I used to give many topics on health, I topic to safety, anything. So these are the many conferences which have acquired the recognition for the organization and individual levels. You'll see many of the organization, it's about celebrity, all minister, it is in the film, Punam Dhilam and Miss Universe. This is from outside, from Dubai conferences. So many, these are the organizations which have done this, many awards also. Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. So these are the awards we received for the company. And this is published in the newspaper and Doordarshan also. Also, if you note down the journal I published article also there about this plastics also. So thank you. I think जो लर्निंग आपके लिए होना चाहिए, वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट, प्लास्टिक वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट, entrepreneur mindset, how to work with the cities, how to work at individual level, how to work with the government people. I think that is very important. जैसे आज मेरे को आपको आपको जो मैंने क्वेश्चन किया, वो क्वेश्चन को अपने अंदर खंगालिए. कौन मेरे लिए क्या करेगा वो कभी मत सोचिए, मैं क्या कर रहा हूं. जैसे मैंने आपको क्वेश्चन पूछा, 2 क्वेश्चन का आंसर लोगों ने अभी बता नहीं पाया कि मेरी वेस्ट कहाँ जा रहा है. एंड यू आर इनटू द वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट, अर्बन, ये मैं सारे बात कर रहे हो. आप जब अपनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के बारे में जानोगे, फिर सिटीज के बारे में जानोगे, फिर स्टेट के बारे में जानोगे, देन यू थिंक इन द माइंडसेट ऑफ एंटरप्रेन्योर माइंडसेट. होप चीजों के बारे में जो मैंने स्टार्टिंग में बताया था वो मैं सोने अभी तक किसी को नहीं दिया. एंड नाउ आई एम ओपन रेडी फॉर योर क्वेश्चन एंड आंसर. इस रिलेटेड कोई भी क्वेश्चन है आप मेरे को पूछिए. थैंक यू. इंटरेस्टिंग क्वेश्चन आई वांट टू लर्न. गूगल से सर्च करके क्वेश्चन नीचे, मैं जैसे प्रैक्टिकल एग्जांपल पूछता हूँ, वो प्रैक्टिकल के साथ कोई पूछो, आई विल बी मोर हैप्पी.
Afternoon, sir. My name is Parama. I am a second year student. So my question is, recently we went to Balasore municipality for a program from the university. So what we saw was, while we were examining the municipality, we came to know that single-use plastic was banned there, but in the marketplace, it was available. So we asked the officials, and they said that it is banned, but since the street vendors in the marketplace are poor, we let it use. So how, if it is being used there, then how are we going to get sustainable if these illegal things are going on?
वेरी गुड क्वेश्चन. देखो, क्वेश्चन के आंसर आप जितना पूछोगे ना, मैं बढ़िया आंसर आपको बताऊंगा. ये क्वेश्चन के आंसर से मैं एक क्वेश्चन आपको पूछता हूँ. आप क्वेश्चन समझ लिए जो पूछे? सबको बोला गया है रास्ता में आप लोगों को 2 व्हीलर्स में हेलमेट्स पहन के जाना है, ये रूल है. सबको बोला गया है आप जो कार में बैठोगे बेल्ट आगे में भी लगाओगे और पीछे में भी लगाओगे, ये रूल है. एक बंदा कोई हाथ उठा के बोल दो कार में पीछे में बैठे हुए कोई बेल्ट लगाता है, दिल से हाथ लग के बताओ कार में पीछे. मैडम बैठ गए, मैं आपके आंसर को आने के लिए मैं आपको एग्जांपल कोट कर रहा हूँ. कार में पीछे बैठे हुए दिल से बताना कितने लोग बेल्ट लगाते हो? 1 2. कितने लोग बैठे हैं इधर? 40 लोग. 2. ये आंसर कहां से आया? रूल आपको बना के दिया गया है. रूल तोड़ा किसने? एग्जाम्पल हो गया, आंसर आपको मैडम मिलेगा. सेम सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक 22 आइटम्स को 2022 में बैन किया गया था. जो प्लास्टिक्स रिसाइकल नहीं हो सकता है उसी में से आपको थर्मोकोल कप है, ये है, स्ट्रॉ है, ये सब 22 आइटम को गवर्नमेंट ने लिस्ट किया था और प्लास्टिक पॉलिथीन वगैरह को बैन किया था. मगर कोशिश किया जा रहा है, रोकने के लिए मेथड इसलिए नहीं है. ये प्लास्टिक पॉलिथीन बनाने वाले घर घर में, दिल्ली में आप देखोगे घर घर के अंदर प्लास्टिक पॉलिथीन बनाते हैं. उसका सोर्स नहीं मिल रहा है, अभी उसको रोका जाए कैसे? बट कुछ स्टेट ऐसे प्रोएक्टिव है, आपको पता है एक स्टेट है ये रूल आने से पहले भी प्लास्टिक पॉलिथीन उसी स्टेट में जाता भी नहीं है. बता पाएगा? हिमाचल. आप हिमाचल में जाओगे आपको कोई दुकानदार के पास में प्लास्टिक पॉलिथीन नहीं मिलेगा. सो माय क्वेश्चन इज दैट प्रोएक्टिवली कौन कितना काम करता है, एनफोर्समेंट कितनी सख्त है. आप दिल्ली के अंदर चले जाओ, बिना हेलमेट में ना आगे वाला मिलेगा ना पीछे वाला मिलेगा. जैसे ही दिल्ली बॉर्डर क्रॉस करेंगे यूपी में, अमित यहीं पे बैठे हैं, मैं भी रहता हूँ गाजियाबाद में, हेलमेट क्या होगा? हैंडल में होगा. लोग अपना बाइक में पूरा बाल को सेट करते हुए हेलमेट लगाते हुए जाएंगे. रूल किसने बताया? रूल सरकार ने बताया. दिल्ली में क्यों पालन है? एग्जाम्पल आपको बताया, एनफोर्समेंट सख्त है, दिल्ली में पकड़ के एकदम फाइन कर देगा, यूपी में नहीं करेगा. यही एग्जाम्पल बता रहा हूं, हर जगह को ये लॉ में है बट कहीं ना कहीं फ्लॉ भी है. बट हमको जो मैं क्या पहला क्वेश्चन मैंने बताया, पहले मैं क्या कर रहा हूं, मेरे को क्वेश्चन करूं, फिर मैं बाहर को क्वेश्चन करूं। तो सिचुएशन हुआ है, ऐसा नहीं कि सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक बैन नहीं हुआ है, जो इंडस्ट्री में है हमको पता है। जो आप लोग जूसेस में स्ट्रॉ यूज करते हो, पहले वो स्ट्रॉ प्लास्टिक का आता था, आज के दिन में वो प्लास्टिक का नहीं है। आज के दिन में लोग पेपर यूज करते हैं और कंपोस्टेबल प्लास्टिक को यूज करते हैं, प्लास्टिक से हट चुका है जो मेजर। बट ये प्लास्टिक पॉलिथीन जो वेजिटेबल में देते हैं, वो अनऑथराइज लोग जो उसको बनाते हैं, उसका कोई ऐसे बहुत बड़ी इंडस्ट्री नहीं चाहिए, रूम के अंदर में मशीन लगा के प्लास्टिक पॉलिथीन बना देते हैं। तो ठीक है, अब रूम इज नॉट बिल्ट इन ए डे, टाइम लगेगा, बट सिचुएशन इज इंप्रूविंग। होप आप मेरी आंसर, मैं कोई भी क्वेश्चन पूछो उससे पहले मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ क्वेश्चन का आंसर आएगा। इसीलिए क्वेश्चन पूछने से पहले मैं बहुत रियल आदमी हूं, मैं वही चीज फिर पूछूंगा खुद के ऊपर। अगेन एनी क्वेश्चंस? हाँ, यस यस, हाँ चलो बढ़िया है। अभी मैं क्या, जो स्ट्रॉ आता था पहले प्लास्टिक का आता था, 6-8 महीना हो गया किसी कंपनी का अभी प्लास्टिक का नहीं आता है। उसमें मार्केट में कोक का है, पेप्सी का है, पार्ले का है, बहुत सारे कंपनी का है। अब वो प्लास्टिक का नहीं आता है, तो उसकी जो रैपर है वो प्लास्टिक का आता है। उसके पीछे कुछ टेक्निकल रीजन है। रूल बोलता है 50 माइक्रोन से कम नहीं होना चाहिए। अगर वो जो आता है वो 20 से 22 माइक्रोन का पॉलीथीन है, अगर वो 50 माइक्रोन का चादर चढ़ा देगा वो स्ट्रॉ ही नहीं निकलेगा, आपको पंचर कहां से होगा? तो वो अभी इश्यू चल रहा है, कैसे करना है, दैट इज ए प्रॉब्लम इन टेक्निकल प्रॉब्लम। 50 माइक्रोन से जैसे ही मोटा चादर चढ़ जाएगा वो निकलेगा नहीं, तुम्हारा पियर्सिंग करेगा नहीं। तो दैट्स व्हाई एक पार्ट हुआ है तो एक पार्ट रुका है। क्या बोला? इंप्रूवमेंट इज देयर, दैट इज ऑलवेज कंटिन्यूअस इंप्रूवमेंट। हम अगर इस चीजों से हर चीजों को देखेंगे तो हमको पता चल जाएगा काम तो हुआ है, वो होना बाकी है। हमारे को भी ये चीज तो पता है, पर हमारे अंदर में भी क्या क्या कमी है, जो खुद को इंट्रोस्पेक्ट करोगे तब आपको सुधारोगे। मैं उसी पॉजिटिव वे से हमेशा लेता हूँ, काम तो हुआ है। एनी क्वेश्चन? आंसर आपको सारे मैं दूंगा, आप जो क्वेश्चन पूछोगे।
Good afternoon, sir.
हाँ जी,
So, sir, there are two terms which has discussed in
चलो जोर से, हाँ।
So there are two terms which has discussed in the session. One is linear economy and the circular economy. And also you have discussed about the electric vehicle over here. So in the case of electric vehicle, it is a great initiative in the technological adoption by the people, which is also people are saying it is economically sustainable. In the other hand, it is environmentally not sustainable in that way due to the uses of the battery. So can you give us some views on how it is related to any of this economic pattern like in linear economy and circular economy?
चलिए मैं आपको आंसर देता हूँ। आज से 10 से 15 साल पहले हर जगह में कौन सी व्हीकल का गाड़ी यूज करते थे? पेट्रोल और डीजल। मैंने क्या बताया? इंप्रूवमेंट कैसे आता है? 10 साल से 15 साल पहले पेट्रोल और डीजल, उसके बाद बहुत स्टेट में डीजल को हटा के क्या आया? सीएनजी। इंप्रूवमेंट आया। डीजल से जब सीएनजी गया, कार्बन फुटप्रिंट कम हुआ। अब सीएनजी से क्या आया? इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल। आज आप जाओगे, बेंगलोर इज द फर्स्ट सिटी जहां पेट्रोल व्हीलर, 4 व्हीलर, 6 व्हीलर सब में आपको इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल मिलेगा। सो इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल आने के कारण जो आपका सीएनजी में होता था कार्बन फुटप्रिंट, इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल में फुटप्रिंट फिर कम हुआ। चैलेंजेस क्या है? हमको अगर कार्बन नेट जीरो को जाना है, आपको उस कंसेप्ट को समझना है। आज हम बैटरी चार्ज करते हैं, पावर कहां से लेते हैं? ग्रिड से। ग्रिड इज रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी नहीं है, तो एक पार्ट तो हो गया हम रिन्यूएबल, वो पार्ट को भी बाकी है। नंबर 2, जो बैटरी निकल रहा है उसका भी चैलेंज, जैसे रिसाइकलिंग कैसे होगा, क्यों इतनी बैटरी गाड़ी तो इंडिया में था ही नहीं। आज तो बैटरी रिक्शा, बैटरी ऑटो, बेसिक कार, ट्रक, बसेस आ गए हैं, उसके लिए लोग लगे हुए हैं। और आप लोग जो आज यंग माइंडसेट सोचिए, आगे चल के ऐसा कोई बैटरी रिसाइकलिंग सेंटर के लिए सोचिए। इंडिया में बहुत अपॉर्चुनिटी है। अगर कोई बोलता है इंडिया के अंदर अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं है, बाहर में अपॉर्चुनिटी है, आज के दिन में बोलता है टोटली रॉन्ग कंसेप्ट। इंडिया में इसीलिए बोलता हूं, आपको सोचना पड़ेगा एंटरप्रेन्योर माइंडसेट। मेरे को बैटरी रिसाइकलिंग सेंटर, गवर्नमेंट ये सब काम करने के लिए आपको बहुत सारे सब्सिडी देगा। थॉट प्रोसेस कीजिए, इन्वेस्टर के साथ बात कीजिए, लोगों के साथ बात कीजिए, कैसे करना है। आने वाले दिन में बैटरी को रखने के लिए स्पेस भी चाहिए, रिसाइकलिंग भी जाना दर। फिर जो लिथियम बैटरी की बात करो, जो मोबाइल बैटरी आपसे निकलता है, ये कोई रिसाइकल अभी नहीं हो रहा है, उसको टुकड़े टुकड़े में टूट के ले जाते हैं। उसका रिसाइकलिंग सेंटर भी इंडिया में नहीं है, चल रहा है प्रपोजल, आने वाले दिन में आएगा। सेम चीज अब तो होता है रिसाइकल प्लास्टिक ग्रैन्युअल बनाने के लिए। इंडिया में 2 प्लेयर है, रूल बन गया है, नेक्स्ट ईयर से लागू करना है, बट इंडिया में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं है, प्लेयर नहीं है। सो जब कोई चीज नहीं है, उसमें आपका उसमें जंप मार के उसको पकड़ना आपके लिए आसान है। और जहां पे सब कुछ है, पहले लोग क्या बिजनेस करते थे, किसी को कुछ नहीं होता था, ये होटल खोल देना है, खाना बना ये कर देना है, भूल जाओ दैट माइंडसेट। आज के दिन में एनवायरमेंटल थॉट पर्पस, बैटरी रिसाइकलिंग सेंटर, प्लास्टिक रिसाइकलिंग सेंटर, वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट, सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी, इफ्लुएंट ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट, एचटीपी प्लांट, ये सब के बारे में सोचिए, फ्यूचर बहुत ब्राइट है। आंसर मिल गया मैडम?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
बताइए, पूछिए। हाँ, तो जितने भी क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे रात 10 बजे तक भी आंसर दूंगा, बिकॉज मैं बोला कि मेरी जॉब नहीं है, मेरी पैसा नहीं। पूछिए पूछिए, एनी क्वेश्चन? या
Why do you talk to the small players? जैसे वेजिटेबल वेंडर्स है, या उनके बारे में सोचते हैं, या तो पर्सनल हाउस होल्ड। द बिगेस्ट प्रोड्यूसर्स एंड यूजर्स आर द बिग कंपनीज जो पैकेजिंग में यूज करते हैं। व्हाई इज देयर नो पॉलिसी और रेगुलेशन टू चेंज दैट? ये क्वेश्चन मुझे बहुत बार पूछा गया है।
नहीं, मैं ठीक है, मैं आपके मैडम आंसर देता हूँ। अभी मैं स्पेशली प्लास्टिक्स के बारे में जो रूल्स है थोड़ा सा मैं एलाबोरेट करता हूँ, सो दैट एवरीबॉडी नो। प्लास्टिक्स का रूल जो आया 2016 में, पीडब्ल्यूएम रूल्स आया, अभी तक 2024 तक 6 बार 7 बार अमेंडमेंट हो चुका है। ये अमेंडमेंट में बहुत सारे चेंजेस आए। इसके अंदर जो बोल रहे हैं इंडस्ट्रीज को जो रेप्यूटेड इंडस्ट्री है, बिग इंडस्ट्री, देयर आर सेवरल इंडस्ट्री। आज के दिन में इंडस्ट्री में रिवोल्यूशन कैसे आया मैडम? ये जब प्लास्टिक्स का कभी कोई यूज करता था, 2021 में सीपीसीबी ने पोर्टल निकाला, जितने कंपनी प्लास्टिक यूज कर रहे हैं पोर्टल के अंदर रजिस्ट्रेशन कराई। 2021 में इंडिया में 321 इंडस्ट्री, 321 इंडस्ट्री रजिस्टर्ड की। इंडिया में तो लाखों इंडस्ट्री वो किए नहीं। फिर अभी सरकार ने क्या बनाया, सरकार के पास हाथकंडा सब कुछ है, इसी एनवायरमेंट कंपेंसेशन ने रूल निकाल दिया, जो रजिस्टर्ड नहीं होंगे इनको इतनी एनवायरमेंटल कंपेंसेशन पैसा मिलेगा। आज के दिन में मोर देन 5,000 से ऊपर इंडस्ट्री रजिस्टर्ड हो चुके हैं। तो ये जो पहल है, पहले 0 से 321, आज से 5,000, इसमें ब्रांड और प्रोड्यूसर रजिस्टर्ड हो चुके हैं। रूल रेगुलेशन है, उसके बारे में समय होगा तो मैं 2 घंटा का सेशन ले सकता हूं, बहुत अच्छी तरह से गवर्नमेंट में रूल क्या चल रहा है, क्या पॉलिसी मेकिंग में क्या चल रहा है। आई एम क्वाइट एक्वेंटेड विद द सेंट्रल पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल बोर्ड, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एनवायरमेंट एंड फॉरेस्ट, आने वाले दिन में क्या पॉलिसी चल रहा है, बहुत कुछ अंदर में चल रहा है। तो चेंजेस हो रहा है, बट इसमें गवर्नमेंट ने जो एनवायरमेंटल कंपेंसेशन एक्ट लगा लिया है, अगर आप ये रूल को फॉलो नहीं करोगे, आप 1,000 का फाइन लगाएगा। आज से 2 साल पहले, नाम नहीं बताऊंगा, बड़े से बड़े 10-10 करोड़ फाइन हुआ है। आप अगर किस किस को हुआ है आपको पता चल जाएगा। तो रूल्स के लिए सबके लिए रिवार्ड भी है और पनिशमेंट भी है। ये रूल मैडम काफी हद तक जा रहा है, बट अभी बहुत बाकी है, बिकॉज ये 50 माइक्रोन से नीचे यूज नहीं करना है, बट बहुत सारे टेक्निकल प्रॉब्लम है जिसकी वजह से 50 माइक्रोन से ऊपर जाना पड़ता है। उसमें जाने में भी आपका 2 प्रॉब्लम हो गया, एक तो माइक्रोन बढ़ गया, माइक्रोन बढ़ गया तो प्लास्टिक बढ़ गया, एक तरीके से प्लास्टिक कम करना है, दूसरा माइक्रोन बढ़ रहा है। तो ये दोनों जो है, दोनों कंट्रोवर्शियल है। तो बहुत सारे चीजों में अभी भी चल रहा है, बट चीजें, थिंग्स आर इम्प्रूविंग, उसमें कोई डाउट नहीं है। होप मैडम आपको आंसर मिल गया। या एनी क्वेश्चन? आपका मेरा ये प्रोग्राम में आज मैं आया हूं तो एक ही चीज है, एंटरप्रेन्योर माइंडसेट को डेवलप कीजिए। और आपको मैं आज सारे सवाल पूछा, मेरे सवाल का जो जवाब होता है ना, हर जगह में एक ही या 2 आंसर आता है, तो आपने देख लिया सामने में। हम दूसरे को बोलने से पहले हम क्या कर रहे हैं पहले सोचिए। एग्जाम्पल, आपको एनवायरमेंट से भूल जाइए, आपकी पूरी बिल्डिंग के अंदर बहुत सारे फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर लगी है, एक एक बोर्ड लगी पास। ये कितने लोगों को फायर होने पर सिलेंडर चलाने आता है? प्लीज रेज अप योर हैंड। 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, ठीक है, 8 9 लाख। अपनी सोसाइटी में जितने लोग रहते हैं, ये तो फैक्ट्री, अब कितने लोगों को सोसाइटी में देखा है कि आपको सही है कि नहीं? दिल से बताना। सोसाइटी के अंदर जो लगी आपके ठीक है कि नहीं? आप बताइए। आप जी आग लग गया, गवर्नमेंट कुछ नहीं कर रहा है, वो कुछ नहीं कर रहा है, कितने लोग दिखे हैं? हाथ उठाइए। हॉल में एक। मेरा क्वेश्चन का आंसर आप समझ गए? मेरा आंसर एक या दो ही आता है, मेरे पास सवाल ही ऐसा है। तो हम अवेयरनेस अपनी अंदर कैसे लाना पड़ेगा। हम दूसरे को बोलने से पहले खुद क्या कर रहे हैं, जब खुद के झांक के देखेंगे, आपको लर्निंग जीवन में मिलेगा। दूसरे के ऊपर बताने से पहले मैं क्या कर रहा हूं। अगर मैं अपनी सोसाइटी के अंदर खुद जागरूकता नहीं है, मेरी सोसाइटी को जागरूकता नहीं कर सकता हूं, एंड आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट नेशन, दैट इज पुलिस। होप माय आंसर है कि आपको बार बार ये जो सेज कर रहा हूं, मेरे प्रोग्राम में ऐसा नहीं है कि मैं पीपीटी दिखाना आया था। पीपीटी तो खाली मेरा चल रहा था, मैं बातों से, आंखों से आपसे बात कर रहा हूं। हमको ये माइंडसेट लाना है, समझ गए? मेरे मैसेज क्लियर है? नींद तो किसी को नहीं आया होगा, मैं तो सोने किसी को नहीं दिया। मैंने बोला ना मैं सोऊंगा ना सोने दूंगा, ये मेरे आदत है। मैं सोने नहीं दूंगा। अभी मेरे को ऐसे बोलो कि 4 घंटा और भी कर सकता हूँ, कि मेरे को इंटरेस्टिंग लगता है जो कोई पूछता है। एनी क्वेश्चन? सेशन में इंटरेस्टिंग आया, कुछ लर्निंग मिला आपको? मेरा सेशन पीपीटी देने के लिए नहीं था, हम कि आपको खुलना था, आपको कैसे आगे बढ़ना है। बहुत बढ़िया प्लेटफॉर्म में आप लोग हो। आज जिस सब्जेक्ट में आपके कर रहे हो, इंडिया में ऐसे सब्जेक्ट नहीं है। द नियर फ्यूचर आपके लिए जो है, यही ईएसजी है, यही सस्टेनेबिलिटी है, द फ्यूचर ऑफ इंडिया। और इसके अंदर बहुत कुछ आप कर सकते हो। आंख खुलो, दिमाग को लगाओ, कर सकते हो। थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir. Your session was profoundly inspiring and will undoubtedly shape our future perspective. Now, as a token of appreciation, I would like to request Professor Shraddha Kumar to kindly present a memento to Mr. Tushar Patnaik. Thank you, ma'am, for doing the honors. We will now take a short break and join back at IC2 Seminar Hall 4 at 4:30 for the next event of the day, the roundtable discussion. Thank you. So we would like to call upon the dais our distinguished speakers, Mr. Amit Gupta, Mr. Tushar Patnaik, and Ms. Amrita Ganguly, with Ms. Dr. Kajri Mishra, Dean School of Human Settlements, to the dais and kindly take their seats for an interactive and enlightening 30-minute panel discussion. Dr. Kajri Mishra will be the moderator of the discussion, followed by a question and answer session for the audience. Thank you, ma'am.
I think everybody has had a very energetic, energizing, and interesting day. And without any more ado, let us have some focused thoughts from our speakers on some of the questions which I know would be probably in our students' minds now and would certainly help them and us. I know some of you have to leave very early, so I'm going to take it in that order. Basically, I think looking at it from these sectors that we have and from the different perspectives that our speakers brought to those issues, it's been very clear that this is a field in which, irrespective of the sector, irrespective of the perspective or let's say skill set that you bring to it, there is tremendous for intervention, engaging, for building your career and your life around it. Certainly, I think I agree with Mr. Patnaik that the amount of passion and energy you bring to it will make all the difference. If you love what you're doing, if you're passionate about the goal, I think you'll find your ways. Nevertheless, it'll be more than helpful if we can have our speakers reflect on a couple of questions. The first one would be that from your own domains or sectors and experience, if each of you could suggest 2 or 3 specific topics or areas that you see emerging as or currently in play, which would be useful for them to focus their learning on. Our program is very diversified. They have also choices to make as they go ahead. The second year will make choices about their capstone project. They will make choices about their focus areas. We allow them to focus on 2 or 3 sectors broadly right now. But they can bring a sustainability perspective. They can bring an IT or a digitalizing perspective. They can bring a equity perspective to those subjects. We have housing, affordable housing in particular. We have water and waste management. We have mobilities. We have all of these focus specializations. So what would you say would be some of the areas that they could focus their learning on or their work on for the next year before they graduate or as they go into internships, so that they can really maximize on the things that need to be worked on or the opportunities arising in, let's say, in the next 2-3 years. That's how I would like to take it. And if I may start with Amrita, I mean, if I may call you Amrita.
Yeah, please. This is the mic, right?
Yeah, because I think she has an early flight, so.
So for me, clearly, I think the top one would be technology. So, today, if you walk into a firm like even Deloitte and you ask the board, the exco, that what do you know about AI? Everyone is blank. And even if you ask someone like me, like considering the median age of leaders of a firm like Deloitte, I'm pretty young, though I'm not as young as you are, but considering that age group, even I am blank about AI. I just know the full form of AI. And believe me, there are so many people that, all these consulting firms, other firms, they are hiring. in different aspects of AI. I don't know how much the people who are interviewing and recruiting are understanding about the technical expertise of the people being hired. But yes, AI is definitely an area which is upcoming, AI technology, and it is not only like, AI in some robotics or in some industry. The thought, the understanding in industry is that technology is coming in each and every aspect of life. So even in urban. So it's not that urban will be a sector which will be left out. So that is definitely one area everyone, the students should definitely focus on. The second one possibly should be sustainability and ESG. And sustainability till date in India has been, very plain and simple. We've not done very complicated things. But, complications in sustainability, like what I was talking about, building simulations. Generally, when we get to do such simulations, it's all some, foreign software that is being used. And also the experts are all international. We hardly get any very good national expert. It all comes either from Germany, from some European nation. So that is one area where you can build your, expertise, and it's possibly very niche. But if you can become the master of that, then your fame and the recognition that one can get, it's great. Everyone will call you because this kind of a simulation thing. So when I talk about building simulation, it will include electricity, energy, water, other resources, all of that. So it will also have a quite a broader aspect of application. And maybe the third part I will talk about is more about an integration of all of this, and especially since you are in urban, keeping that in mind. So, the urban, what we call in consulting terms, urban specialist. So, this urban specialist is supposed to have knowledge about everything in a city. How, I don't know, but that is what we expect the urban specialist to have. So the person will know about, building development plans, will know about, how the roads are to be laid, will know about policies, will know about how the electricity will come, will know about how the water will be taken care of. I mean, how the waste will be cleared, everything. So I really don't know what all an urban specialist will have. But when we take out the TOR, the terms of reference of an urban specialist, it's generally, an integration of everything. So, believe me, this is one area, this is one skill set which we do not find too much in the market, at least not locally in India. But this is a skill set which is very much in demand, and especially if anyone is interested to work with international agencies like World Bank or the United Nations, Asian Development Bank, the bilateral and the multilateral funding agencies, they have a very great demand around this area, and we do not get experts around this area, absolutely not. There's a World Bank, this is for your information, there is a World Bank program called YPP. I can't recall. Yes, right. So if you ever apply in a YPP, and YPP has a preferred slot for females coming from developing nations. I don't know if they consider India now as a developing nation, but that's the definition. And if you have such a kind of skill set which is so specialized and so much in demand, you can definitely make it to that program, and it's one of the most prestigious programs. And if you can be a part of that, you can directly become a World Bank employee. Their employee on roles. Generally, World Bank works with mostly consultants. Short-term, long-term consultants who are just contractual. But if you get to be part of YPP, you directly become a World Bank employee, and that's possibly one of the best employments. You get a tax-free income salary sitting in India in US dollars. So there can be nothing better than that. And if you work with World Bank for, I think, 7 or 8 years, after that, you also get a pension. So just imagine you retire at 35, you get a pension, Of course, the pension will be pegged to your salary, last drawn salary. But I'm just trying to motivate you not to get into the kind of job that I do, which is a 24/7 job, but do a more prestigious and a more something which really makes a difference to the world. Something like World Bank or ADB. So that would be my three areas.
Thank you so much. And incidentally, I've always regretted I never tried for the YPP when I graduated. So, and I'm too old now. But yes, you're very right about that. Just a small follow-up question would be that we do have many students who are really freshers, as we call them, who have not had work experience before. And our experience has been that almost across the board, everybody is for looking. And even when I look at ads and TORs, they're always like 5 years experience, 12 years experience. And in this domain, I've told many people that in this domain, you don't have enough people that you'll get experienced people when you advertise. Yet they don't seem to realize that. And finally, they do come down to taking freshers, but that's the initially. Is there some way that one could reach out and convince them that, or explain to them this dynamic, that this is not a domain, this is startup domain in a way. And there's not much experience around. And therefore you have to sort of get freshers and make them learn on the job. And because they're already kind of industry ready, they would be very quick on the uptake. And I'm asking this specifically because you work for a consultancy firm where as you said, the people who are hiring at the other end, your HR people, are not clued in into the technical requirements or the nature of the domain for which they're hiring. So we've often had like Mitra actually was very helpful to us in getting this done in JLL. So he actually told the HR that this is the guy we need, So how do we actually manage this interface? This has been a sort of a thorn in our recruitment process. So
I will say
great to get your ideas.
that's not really true everywhere. Like in Deloitte, I can
Deloitte,
for
yes,
Deloitte, we have a two-step process. So it is the business who interviews the candidate.
Okay.
So that will be a technical interview. And if the technical is clear, then it's like 90% you're through, and then HR comes in, talent, we call them talent.
Yeah.
Talent comes in and takes the rest of aptitude and all of that. But definitely talent will not determine whether you get into the organization or not. It will be more around your salary structure, the fitment, all those things. But it will be business who will come and interview. And that's why I was saying, when we try and hire for AI, and if we are trying to hire someone senior, uh, very senior partners also, or even the executive committee of Deloitte, the board of Deloitte, if we are taking on someone very senior, and they want a senior person to head something like, say, AI, they don't have an idea. I'm saying, like, I'm pretty young compared to their age. Even I don't have an idea, because when we graduated, when we studied,
I understand.
AI was non-existent. So so AI, like I was saying, AI, ESG, these are all very new emerging areas. But then to your question, it's not necessary that it will be talent who will do the
Yeah, that's
hiring.
good to know. That's good to know.
Otherwise,
Because sometimes we
talent,
do face that.
they will not have idea about
Exactly.
what it is all about, the technicalities of that particular role. It's the business who has to take the call whether the candidate is okay or not.
Oh, great. Great to know that. Thank
And
you
in
so
fact,
much.
even in that technical interview, we have again a two-step process. So first, someone, say, at a manager or senior manager level interviews, then an executive director or partner, whoever is
Will
heading,
interview.
interview. So that's like almost done. If the ED or partner says yes, you're okay, it's almost done.
Yeah, your suggestion about this urban specialist kind of a integrative understanding is actually very, very relevant for us, because that's exactly what this program produces.
Right.
They have an overview of all the spectrum of urban requirements or urban practices, and therefore they would really fit very well into those positions. I didn't even know that that's how you're
Yes,
hiring,
yes,
so it's
that's
very
the-
interesting.
That's a very key requirement in policy kind of projects, which
Right.
these multilateral agencies they bring
do.
out.
Yeah. So, oh, oh, For Amrita, man, the cab is already there. Uh, one more minute, I can ask you to talk on the second question, which is uh, they're graduates in a relevant, relatively new field, in a very relevant field. And there is a disconnect between people knowing about the field and how our graduates can actually, add value. In that scenario, what would you suggest that they do? What traits should they actually develop? One is the topical areas that you said, substantive areas. The other would be what should they do and what traits should they develop?
So very importantly, I think networking is something which we need to do. Indian students, at least in my times in college, universities, we never networked. Networking with corporates, networking with, today we have LinkedIn. So if you get into LinkedIn and you just run a random search, you will get maybe 10 people working in 10 companies, which is relevant to your profile, someone who can recruit you, or if you are wanting to do a startup, then fund you, whatever, whichever thing you want to do. Out of 10, not all 10 will respond. Even if one person responds, try and connect with that person. It's very important to build your individual brand also. And this is a trait which will remain with you as you grow in your life, in your career, whether you do a job, you do your own business, you do your startup, whatever you do. So, that networking is very, very important. In India, as it is, we lack this, interface between academia and the corporate world. That's a major gap. And it is up to the students to, fill up that gap. I'll give you an example. Today, why do you think the IITs, the IIMs, why everyone rushes to teach, put in their names in there to study there? Um, the staff, the faculty is almost same across the board. Of course, they may be having some better teachers. Why do good students want to go there? Because the IITs, IIMs, they already have their alumni in, different corporates. They are already there, and well established. So whenever a CV comes, say IIT, IIM grad is sitting in some position in a company, and a CV comes, two CVs come in, which are equal in all respects. But say one comes from a IIT student, one is say of some other college, but both are same, and after the interview, the boss finds that, they are pretty much similar, in their aptitude, their IQ, their technical understanding, their understanding about the world, whatever. The person will choose the one from his own college. That's a very normal psychology. But if you have a rapport with that person, by whatever way, you maybe go and meet that person sometime, get his time. I don't know how much possible that is, but if you keep on pestering, they will give you the time. People are not so busy. uh, then you have a better chance than even his own college junior. Keep that in mind. Building that own brand, networking, your college will give you one platform, but the rest of the hard work you have to do. Studies is much more easier. You have your notes, your professors are there, they will teach you, you give your exams, you get good marks. But believe me, marks, end of the day, no one really, no one cares. If I had to hire someone, I will not ask the person about his or her marks. Marks is redundant. I don't know why marks are there. I will want to see the person's aptitude, how much the person is, kind of willing to go out and face new challenges, how much the person can network, and the kind of industry I come from, networking is very, very important. Why my industry? In all industries, because ultimately, if you're getting into corporate, if you're doing something where you have to generate profits, you have to go and sell. And if you have to go and sell, you have to have that bonding, networking, whatever you call it, with your customer. So, whether you are selling yourself, you're selling your product, you have to have that, rapport with whoever is on the other side of the table. So very, very important, build your own brand. And nowadays social media is there, it's much more easier, you know. If you I'll give you an example. When I was young, my first job was with PwC. So I was a 22-year-old fresh engineering graduate. I went into PwC. I was there for about 2-3 months. I tried to reach out to the then CEO MD, Mr. Rupen Roy. Of course, I didn't manage to reach out to him directly, but I managed to butterfly his secretary. So that was my first step in trying to reach out to him. Of course, you know, he was not someone who could kind of grade me, or he was not involved in my appraisal. I was too junior that time. But once I had a visibility with him, my boss used to report to him. So my boss knew, okay, so this girl knows my boss, so I need to be careful and I need to give her good opportunity. So that's how, you know, you get your own personal branding. Very, very important, you know. Unless you get your own personal branding, no matter how hard you work, your visibility, you know, that sell yourself, unless you do that, it is very difficult to be successful.
Thank you so much. I think that's been a really, really insightful direction to point them in. So I'll have to thank you and
thank you so much.
Allow you to catch your flight. Yes. So thank you so much, and we hope to have you back sometime. We'll be in touch. Okay. So I would be posing the same questions to both of you. I should be, but since Mr. Patnaik has actually given us the answers already in many of these things, so why don't we turn to you and request you to point to 2-3 topics or areas that you think would be important from your perspective and in your probably subdomain, as you say. So over to you.
Sure. So I would say three things. I would say one, focus on competence and not competition. That will make all the difference. Substance matters. Uh, if you get caught in rankings, placement records, that will not help. So focus on competence each day. That's one. Um, and this is from an individual perspective. From an organizational perspective, the focus should be on value creation and not valuation. So focus on value creation, what you can deliver, output, outcome. Ultimately, that's what matters. That's what counts. Often we get caught in the process. We get caught in how things are done historically. This is how it is. Break the mold, deliver value, and you'll be sought after. That's number two. Number three, and most important, the previous century was a century of invention. This is a century of innovation. There is no innovation with Zomato. There is no innovation with Uber. There is no innovation with Ola, whatever brands you might think about. What are they doing? They've managed to create communities. Amazon is a community, Ola is a community, Uber is a community, Zomato is a community, Farmizi is a community. All these are communities. If you can manage to build a community, you can white label any brand on it. So fundamentally, if you're smart, you don't have to be Einstein, you don't have to make an invention, you just have to be innovative. And I think, so my advice would be these three things. Competence is important, forget about competition. Value creation is important. Don't worry about valuation, don't worry about salary package, all of that will follow. And number three, you don't really have to be inventing new things. Just be smart, innovate, and everyone who you see in the valuation game right now is actually there's a community standing behind them, which is pushing them ahead. Nobody is creating a new product. So those would be my three advices.
When you spoke, you were talking about one of the uh, insights you wanted to sort of discuss here and get there was crisis management, and how, I mean, that is one aspect that we often forget one has to deal with. I mean, on a daily basis also we deal with at all levels. So in that vein, what other kind of areas would you think that they could focus their learning on? Meaning, right now they still have some way to go before graduating. So, what areas could they probably take an extra course in, or reorganize an immersion course? So, what would be your suggestion so that they can catch a wave at the end of 2 years? Something that's rising now.
Look, in the job market or in any organization, the focus is on uh, profitability. I mean, the focus is on surplus. If you're able to contribute to that surplus, you're required. Otherwise, somebody else is required, right? So, I think it's absolutely crucial for you to have the skill sets that the organization is seeking. My strong recommendation will be that seek live projects. Today when we look to hire people, we look for people who can deliver from day one.
Yeah.
In my agency, we look for content writers. And while ChatGPT can deliver the best content, but then there are people on the other end sitting with plagiarism detection softwares who tell us that look, 66% of this is plagiarized or whatever. So develop competencies that the job world requires, and the only way to do it is seek projects. If you liaise with HR folks, if you liaise with people where you did your summer internship, uh, ask them, how can I make how what can I do for you to make your life simple? Do you have a week long project for me? Do you have a month long project for me? Forget things like shadowing and all of that. Just tell them, what can I deliver for you? And you will be able to deliver only when you have a competency, right? Can you write a white paper on urban development? Can three of you put together a white paper on urban development and then approach the journalist who came this morning and tell him that, look, this is what we have put together, give me your feedback on this, right? uh, for all you know, he might tell you, you know, give me a byline article on urban development. So I think get closer to the real world, reach out and ask people how you can solve their problems. And that is what will take you closer to the employment market and make you more employable.
Thank you. That was, again, very insightful as expected. Uh, is there any other last words that you'd like to add? Given today's discussion and the context of, we have students waiting to get into the real world, as you put it. So any other nuggets for them?
No, I think uh, the students here, um, I think, sit at a great advantage. What you're studying and learning uh, is not mass. You're not going to be competing against 100,000 HR professionals, 100,000 marketing professionals or finance professionals who are being churned out by, I don't know, top 20, 30, 50 institutes. You're carrying a very unique skill set. So figure out the application for skill sets. Is your skill set applicable to a town planner, an architect, a builder? Where is it that you can put your competence to use? What are the 10 skills that they require? And then offer them those skills. And I can tell you that the moment you make yourself relevant to someone's output or outcome, you won't really have to worry about finding an employer. They will find you.
Thank you. Actually, just to add to that, the group here that we have in urban management is not really focused, the program is not focused on planning. so much. So we do have people from a variety of backgrounds, from BCom, BBA, architecture, planning, engineering. So we have a variety of backgrounds. And therefore, the uh, job market and the career trajectories they're looking at are pretty wide. So I think most of our students, alumni have gone to through consultants to government programs of variety of government programs. They also do internships there. They also go to consultants who work for the government. They work in infrastructure companies and they intern there also. Research and policy making bodies. So that this is a diversity. It's not so much architecture planning and very. The scale is also much larger. It's urban rather than site specific. So in that sense, I think what we would be, they should be. I mean, just to add to what you said, they should be aiming at is what are these kind of organizations looking for? So kind of mapping that and then preparing for job roles, exactly. And looking at job roles that are advertised in the market. I mean, we get on our WhatsApp also, we get forwards saying that can find us these kinds of people. So yeah, that is a very good way to map the skill set. So I I will now move on to Mr. Patnaik, who's already sort of given us answers to these questions. But I have a different question for you then. If you were to say that, I mean, many of you have talked about the fact that they should not aim for jobs only. Maybe start off there, or some of them will aim for that. But they should think, given that this is a startup domain in a sense, so you about being entrepreneurial and doing some startups, thinking of it. My concern is that yes, many of them may have ideas. And what's the roadmap for a startup, for a young entrepreneur out of school with a good skill set and understanding of the domain, but probably no real networks already established? So is there some guidance, is there a place that they could get help? Maybe you could point them. So
I think this discussion is very, very, I think, relevant discussion. This is nothing called ki somebody asking in question and answer. And what madam is asking, that is very, very right thing. Just I'm giving one example. From that, I can correlate that point. But Amit is saying one point, I am a very good person. Whenever I am listening something, it will copy in my mind. He was just repeat one words from this entire conversation and it is copied in my mind. He focused on competence rather than competition. This meaning has a lot to it. Why I'm telling you for a person to understand, like Madam is asking, low, you are young people and definitely once you pass out, you look for something else. I think during my session, I told many things that when you have a subject matter knowledge, don't think that people have come out from many of the MBS universities and graduates. And what is there in mind? If I'm good offering something which may not be in an organization, maybe some consulting company or anything else, what will be my CTC? The first question is come out, what will be my CTC? And generally it is coming. So I just put it in other way. You just look for any CTC. If you are asking for any CTC, the same dialogues will be applicable. What competence you have, do you have your subject matter knowledge, thorough knowledge, whether it's an ESG, on sustainability, and many things. You put me your one of the any subjects. In subjects, you just analyze it 10 points. If you have that knowledge, you did not have to running behind the money, money will run behind you. Because if you're asking me, if you're doing a course, you will get a certificate and you will get a job. No, I'm in this profession in sustainability. I'm not done any courses in sustainability. I'm into this field of health, safety, environment. Gradually, I am working and knowledging and the networking with the people. I have the acquired the knowledge. I have the international certified safety professional. And I have acquired the knowledge of environment. Now I acquired the knowledge of sustainability. I don't think that I am a very, very big knowledgeable person, but every day I thought that there is something learning from it. As today conversation, I have put down many things. And this point is not a point for me. It is a learning for me how to churning about it and how to do about that. Same thing if you are working on sustainability and ESG. Today date, madam, as I've seen that you are just talking about the backgrounds. People are from architect, MBA and something. And Amit will tell very is a right person. Today, if you see the ESG consultant, you know from which background? Many arts graduate, commerce graduate. ESG consultant become arts graduate and commerce graduate. How they became ESG consultant and how they are managing, we know. Many people they are not. Unless you know the background of ESG, unless you know how GSG emission is calculated, what is a life cycle assessment, what is scope 1 and scope 2 and scope 3, what is a social security, unless your fundamentals is clear, like during my conversation, I talk many points. This is one of the big conferences in CII. I don't want to mention the company. One big company CEO is there. And talking about that IT's company, we have by 2035 will be net zero. In that conferences, I asked, can you help me? Tell me what are the points or what are the things we have been adopted for net zero by 2035? It is nothing the answer I didn't receive from a CEO of a IT's company. So that means the thought process, what I am telling to emphasize that your fundamentals should be very, very clear, whatever you are working. Long opportunity, I can tell you, anything I can help you, the people, in terms of waste management, in terms of, you know, in Madam UP and Delhi, there are a lot of industries. Today days, in a very small scale industry, they don't have the effluent treatment plant. And the water is discharging into the drain, which is going to the Ganga river and everything. Can anybody thought of that? How many small scale industry has there? Whether plant is there or not? Make in data. The data bank should be there. Without data bank, if you go to government and ask somebody for help us, you will not cannot be entrepreneur mindset. For an entrepreneur mindset, you have for that kind of knowledge, you have that data. I can give you guarantee, job is not a big things. Okay, to start off with things, you need a partner, you something like that. But before to that, you should have a data. Like last year, I went to Himachal, discussion with some of the government of bureaucrats. If the discussion, you know, normally any types of discussion with the government, I think advocacy part, normally I prefer that because my subject matter is very clear into that. So discussing in that is talking about, I think that should be ban of something because I can see the lettering everywhere. So this is a statement by bureaucrats, IS officer. So, Wala sir, thank you for your concern. I have complete data of that Himachal state. Wala sir, no, how much industry you have total area, how much waste generated by the industry, and how much it is recycling. Do you have a data in your own state? Blank. So, without giving any database or anything, if you are giving a statement, because I am representing a company, we know do it very ethically. But out of the total population or total of the industry, if somebody is doing 5% and rest are not breaking, if somebody is taking, so I have to try to understand him in a different way. So what I'm trying to emphasize that have to be knowledge, thorough, object the subject. At least this field I can give you guarantee. Job is not at all a problem. You can go to any of this company, any of the data I can give you. You talk me any subjects in environment and subjects. I can ask you 10 questions. If you answer the 10 questions, I can give you a job today also. That's my guarantee. People should be knowledge. Knowledge should be important. I asked too many questions. Without knowledge, people pass out. I want for a CTC of 10 lakhs. Don't beg behind this CTC. CTC will running behind you if you have a knowledge. Competence, same topic. Competence ladder competition. And I never compete with anybody. Today I compete with myself. I never with anybody. How much anybody is earning. How much knowledge I have gained. I have to gain how much of knowledge. Money will be running behind me. So whenever I'm going to any conferences, I think during tea I am discussing the same thing. Who will be my audience? what will be their future and what I like to speak that. The themes point I have to concentrate on that points. So opportunity is there. Don't think that key opportunity. You are very good platform. I can see you. Sustainability and ESG is the next future of India. It's a very big terms. So आप अपनी सब्जेक्ट मैटर के ऊपर बढ़िया कीजिए. Anybody, my number is there. WhatsApp chat में आप पूछिए what to go that. Let भी होगा मैं definitely करूंगा because you know I am in an industry. I have to interact with many people. But I am helping the people. People are doing it. आपको नॉलेज पहले एक्वायर कीजिए. पैसा आपके पीछे भागेगा मैं आपको बता देता हूँ. इसके लिए कभी सोचना नहीं है. आई एम वेरी कॉन्फिडेंट. लोग बोलते हैं बोले इंडिया में अगर आपको जॉब नहीं मिलेगा तो दुनिया में कहीं नहीं मिलेगा. ये मान के चलिए बहुत जॉब है. लोगों को जॉब में मतलब क्या ऑफिस में बैठ के सोच रहे हैं कि हमको करे. जॉब बहुत किस्म का है. आपको ना आप ये पूरी सिटी को भुवनेश्वर में सिटी को मैपिंग कीजिए. जो आप लोग है कितनी इंडस्ट्री है कितनी गार्बेज निकलता है. आपके अगर डाटा अगर कहीं से कोई भी मिल जाए मेरे को बता देना. किसी के पास डाटा नहीं है. कितनी गार्बेज निकलता है और गार्बेज जाता कहाँ है. व्हाट टाइप ऑफ वेस्ट. हाउ मेनी टाइप ऑफ वेस्ट. वेयर इट इज गोइंग. आपको डाटा जिस दिन मिल जाएगा उस दिन डाटा के साथ गवर्नमेंट के साथ बात करेंगे. विल हेल्प देम. क्या ये है कहाँ जाता. आई वांट टू दिस आई टू दिस. फिर गवर्नमेंट आपको पुट फॉरवर्ड आएगा. बट नहीं है. हम जाएंगे बोलेंगे क्या. मैंने आपको 4 क्वेश्चन किया. स्टार्ट फ्रॉम योर होम. स्टार्ट फ्रॉम द इंस्टीट्यूशन. जॉब के लिए चिंता मत कीजिए. जॉब बहुत है मार्केट.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think that has been very encouraging. Any last words from you? Any questions now to your, yes.
Yeah.
Both Mr. Gupta and Mr. Patnaik, both of you have background in public relations. Yeah. And so I'm asking this question on behalf of the students. Now, if we have total about say 42 students, the median student of our program is a BBA graduate, and do not have any experience in the urban domain. Okay. They are doing this course for 2 years. Within these 2 years, they're doing some time in a municipal body. They create a brand for themselves, which would allow them to enter the urban domain in a manner where they can have some amount of command.
So I think two things are relevant. One is that there is no second to real world experience. And I think that is where there is always a talk about employable and employability. There is that constant debate, and we keep complaining our graduates are not employable, or they're under, so they're not industry ready. And I think the gap is purely for the reason that there is such a disconnect with what happens in the real world. That is the experience that they lack. I think the key to cracking this is that you have to find takers who will give you the real world experience. One of the folks, set of people could be the social sector. I mean, they're constantly low on their ability to hire good talent. So if you can walk up to a social enterprise or a charity and tell them, I have these 5 skill sets, what can I do for you? What can I solve for you? In 15 days, in 30 days, in 45 days. And believe me, accumulation of that experience will teach you something and make you ready for where you aspire to be. don't follow herd mentality. Steve Jobs once said that um, your time is short and precious. Don't waste it following others. So there is no such thing as a trodden path that this is what you have to do. Unfortunately, we have made those rules for ourselves that summer internship, this semester, then placement season, then a job, uh, and there is no such thing as that. I mean, get to corporates today, write to HR folks today with your resume asking, what can I solve for you? I have these three skill sets. After 2 months, if you acquire two more skill sets, put them on your CV and say, I want a week long project. I want a 15 days project. Attach me with somebody. And believe me, once you go knocking, you will find takers, and then the job market will cease to be a challenge. I agree with Tushar. Um, every employer in this country is struggling for talent. My biggest problem today, as a startup of 3 years, is not business. There is so much of business. My problem is talent. I can't find people who I would love to hire. So I would suggest that focus on competence.
I think right point. I think we have already pointed out the right point.
Question? It's like you've given them a lot to think about and a lot to do. Yeah, I think they're just reflective. They're all looking ways that we have to do all this.
I think we should clap for all of them. They put together a brilliant show.
Yeah.
Got us out of our offices and got us to speak. So I think hats off to you all. You're all such bright people. I've interacted with some of you. You all have a wonderful future ahead. And you have amazing guidance. Such wonderful faculty. So I think it's a great show in making.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you
you.
for that. But I should also echo that our CAS team, the CAS office, and the other faculty who pitched in, the other students who pitched in, have done a fantastic job this year. We've had events before, but I think today stands out in terms of the vibrancy of the discussion, the interest and engagement from the class, and hopefully a lot of pointers that you will reflect on, and I am sure this will yield a lot of positive gains for all of you. It's actually yielded a lot of learning for me and thoughts. When I'm sitting in a discussion, of course there are new ideas or information that I jot down, but more so the ideas that are spurred by the discussion. So this is idea, ye bhi kar sakte hain, ye bhi kar sakte hain, So I think it's been, in that sense, a very rich and fertile day. So thanks to all of them who have organized this, and thanks to our guests who made this happen and made this day so vibrant. And thanks for taking your time. But the danger is that we'll call you again. So,
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, as we conclude the day of Yoga 2.0, I would like to thank all the speakers of the day. Thank you, Mr. Amit Gupta, Ms. Amrita Ganguly, Mr. Tushar Patnaik, and Mr. Swagato Maitra for your valuable time and your insights. Today's sessions have further broadened our perspectives and enriched our ideas on the way to reimagine and reshape our future. As we move forward to the conclusion of Vyuham 2.0, I'd like to hand over the podium to Krishna Sahu, the student coordinator of Career Advisory Services, to formally thank all our speakers and conclude the event.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As we conclude Vyuham 2.0, our annual business conclave, I stand before you with immense gratitude and a deep sense of accomplishment. Over the day, we have witnessed insightful discussions
and a confluence of ideas that truly embody the spirit of innovation, inclusion, and sustainability in urban development. First and foremost, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed speakers, Ms. Amrita Ganguly, Mr. Amit Gupta, Mr. Tushar Patnaik, and Mr. Saugata Maitra. Your insights and perspectives have enriched our understandings and broadened our horizons on the future of urban management and governance. We are truly grateful for the time you've taken to share your expertise with us today. I would like to express my sincere thanks to Professor Kajri Mishra, Dean School of Human Settlements, XIM University, whose vision and leadership continue to inspire us all. A very special thanks to Professor Savita Mohanty, Associate Dean Career Advisory Services, for her unwavering support and guidance that has been instrumental in making this event a success. To our dear CAS officers, Jigisha ma'am and Sarita ma'am, our CAS faculties, Professor Shraddha Kumar, Professor Nalan Ranjan, as their dedication and hard work behind the scenes have been the backbone of this conclave. Thank you for your commitment for ensuring that every aspect of this event was executed flawlessly. To the faculties of School of Human Settlements, thank you for being the light that leads us to excellence. To the entire CAS team, core and shadows who didn't leave a single page unturned to make this event a success. Thank you to the Illuminatics team for their constant support. A special note of appreciation to our students who actively engaged and contributed to the discussions with enthusiasm and curiosity. Your participation is what makes Vyuham an enriching experience. To my fellow batchmates and dear juniors, I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to each of you for exemplifying the power of unity. Your collective spirit and togetherness have truly demonstrated that the strength we find in standing together. Lastly, I would like to thank the strength of XIM University, Sipu Bhaina, Vicky Bhaina, and Gyana Bhaina. Without you, it wouldn't have been possible to pull this event off. Your hard work is truly appreciated. As we close the curtains for Vyuham 2.0, let us carry forward the knowledge and insights gained today, applying them to make a positive impact in our respective fields. Thank you all once again for making this event memorable. We look forward to seeing you at future events. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vipassana, and thank you all for your active participation and insightful contributions. It was because of you that this event was such a big success. Now, before saying the final thank you, I would request everyone if you could please have a group photograph. Please, everyone.
नहीं नहीं बस 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 ठीक है हाँ सुबह वाली